Okay, let's officially get started. Welcome everyone to Transformative Impact Summit, brought to you by Global Unity. Such a pleasure. In the process in the last few years of growing Global Unity, we've come across such inspiring change makers and thought leaders, and it's been an exciting journey to witness how much good is being done in the world. And we wanted to have the opportunity to share. So many of the folks that are presenting this weekend are really unsung heroes who are dedicating their lives to making a difference. And it was important for us to find ways to highlight their work. And so this event is meant not only to do so, to give a chance to celebrate the incredible work that so many of the speakers are doing, but to give you a chance to connect with them and them a chance to connect with each other. I think many of us recognize that there is one of the challenges that those of us who are working to improve things are finding is that however dedicated we are to our mission, we often find ourselves working in a bit of a silo. And so we want to use this event as an opportunity to break down those silos, connect with each other. Again, if you got here a little more recently, we've Jen and Vincent, who are in the room, who along with Niels helped organize this event, put together this knowledge graph form. So if you want to add yourself to it, we're going to have towards the end a knowledge graph where everyone can see where everyone is, what they're working on, and what kind of support we might be able to offer. So we have a pretty full schedule. We have nearly 100 incredible speakers presenting, some of whom are already in the room, amazing panelists and facilitators as well. So going to kick off with our first segment by sharing a bit of Global Unity, a bit of the vision behind Global Unity, which we've never really done publicly. So I'll share it in the same way that we normally would introduce someone to it for the first time. And this is meant, some of us in the room have heard this vision. Some of us are on our Wisdom Council, which I'll speak to towards the end. But the idea is that this wasn't meant to be an event to promote Global Unity, though that is certainly would be a great outcome for us, for you to, if you're not already familiar with the mission and the vision, to get a little more exposed. And so what is Global Unity? I'm very happy to see Mariana joining. Well, imagine humanity were really working as one cohesive organism. Where's the platform that facilitates that? It doesn't exist, so we have to build it. The problem is, even if all the platforms and tools and tech were in place, unless there's a mindset shift or a cultural shift, nothing really changes. And so Global Unity has two branches: an ecosystem of platforms designed to develop the necessary global coordination and collaboration tools, and a movement building strategy designed to get us to the critical mass and cultural shift necessary. So we're just going to talk on a high level about both branches. On the platform side, the first platform, Society OS, is a crowdsourced civilization design platform where the world comes together to design what the world should look like. But more than just a forum for sharing fanciful ideas, people can propose real-world projects and, using quadratic funding, actually fund and build those projects. The second platform is designed to create new incentive structures by gamifying goodwill. And this can take many forms, but imagine a clearinghouse of goodwill tasks broken down by time required. You have 5 minutes, here are 30 things you can do. You have an hour, another 50. You have an hour per week, here's some local charities. You have a month and you're an expert in regenerative agriculture. Here's some communities across the world who could use your help. Then say, you've done good in the world and you come to me and you want to use services in my small business. And you say, Elliot, instead of dollars, can I use points? Hi, laddie. Good to have you here. The only reason I would say yes is if I was an altruistic entrepreneur, unless I knew that my grocer would take those points from me. Then we'd have something new. Then we'd have an economy not based on value, but based on values. Not based on goods, but based on good, a meaning economy. And so this meaning economy platform is a blockchain-enabled infrastructure underneath everything else in the ecosystem. So when you go to Society OS and propose a project, you're doing good for the world. When you regenerate soil, when you take your neighbor to the hospital, when you even take care of your own human needs, all these things do good for the world. And so it would earn you meaning economy coin. And really, it's designed to be a mechanism for tethering impact and economy. And there are a number of other platforms, but what's really important and what's centered in our white paper is these platforms are not the point. These are just an example. If a better idea comes along, great, let's switch gears. But it gives us the space and language to talk about some of the challenges we're facing and some of the tools we might develop to address them. On the movement building side, if someone comes up to you and says they've got a plan for uniting humanity, to most people, it sounds a little pie in the sky. If they had, say, maybe, a year ago, an Elon Musk behind them, we would look at it very differently. And that principle of super credibility is part of our one of our 5 strategy pillars. And rather than try to get a Musk, imagine 1,000 folks like yourselves, change makers, social entrepreneurs, venture capitalists, artists, activists, community leaders, elders, all behind it. It would kind of have the same effect. And so right now we have over 250 incredible folk from the UN, the World Economic Forum, the Deputy Secretary General of Geneva, the founder of Ethereum. Many of the speakers who are presenting here today are part of that first 1,000, what we're calling our Wisdom Council. And the idea is that our aim, we realized in 2019, if we could just get 10 people on board in 2020, and if in 2021 they each got 10 on board, which is less than 1 per month, then by 2029 we'd be at 1 billion. And so at the beginning of this year, we cracked 100. We're aiming to get to 1,000 in the next, so that we can launch publicly and then activate the second pillar. What is that? What is it we're looking to do more broadly? Crowdsource a new country, defined not by geography, but by person and mission, by purpose and mission, rather. The betterment of everyone everywhere, the care of the earth and all people everywhere. And the question is, how do you join a cloud country? A simple framework everyone understands is membership. The problem with membership is if you charge even $10 per month, for so many in the world, that's exclusionary. And so the current plan is $1 per month, which for anyone who's well off is insignificant, and it's insignificant to the movement until there's a real movement. When there are 100,000 or 1 million people on board, that actually becomes quite significant funding. Now, how is that spent? 1/3 goes to infrastructure and overhead. 1/3 goes to the matching fund. If you're not familiar with quadratic funding, it relies on a matching fund for Society OS. And then 1/3 goes to, is actually kept in escrow. Hi, Forrest, great to have you here. 1/3 of that funding is kept in escrow so that, unlike most cryptocurrencies, the coin is dollar-backed, more as a result, more stable and more liquid, and actually allows us to interact with the kind of existing world and infrastructure. So there's a lot more to the vision, both on the platform side and on the movement building side. But I want to take the opportunity to, for those that haven't gotten to get exposed to the mission and vision behind Global Unity, wanted to introduce you to it and help you understand why we're not only putting this event together, but why we're doing what we're doing. And so, again, this Wisdom Council has many of the folks in the room, an incredible array of change makers, philosophers, technologists, and investors, people who are dedicating their lives to making a difference in their own way. And so it's right now invite only. Many of the, if you're here, very likely we want you to be part of it. But I'm going to pause there because we have about 5 minutes before we move to our first keynote, Forrest Landry, who just entered the room. So I want to, great to see you, Forrest. I want to give a few moments for anyone if anyone has any questions or any comments they want to share, more than welcome. I'll leave it open. Grace, welcome. You're muted, Grace. I'm not sure if
Sorry, my camera's not working. Sorry about that.
it's okay.
Um, I'm very curious about, so first of all, a really impressive effort. I met you a few years ago, Elliot, and it's really just tremendous progress that you've made towards this vision. So I want to just commend that and just a really impressive group of people that you've brought together. My concern is, especially in creating a nation state, is about the balance of men and women, because this conference is about less than 20% women speakers, something like that. And it seems very difficult to create a nation state with such an imbalance of male and female. I mean, just especially if you wanted to reproduce people or something like that. So I'm very curious how you're dealing with that issue.
Great question. I think the first answer is by inviting your voice and anyone's voice to point out, hey, this is missing, that's missing. You haven't considered this culture, that culture. And I think none of this is a set plan. This is something we're intending to evolve together. And so that is something we have from our limited position. We have reached out to those we've been able to, and our mission is to term that one of the Wisdom Council members, an Indigenous woman, shared that I love rather than diversity is cultural abundance. And what we're looking for is an abundance of viewpoints, perspectives, orientations, etc. And so I don't quite have a solid answer for you at the moment in terms of what we're doing, other than kind of keeping that centered in our hearts and aiming for that. But even, part of the challenge broadly is, and I appreciate your reflection on the progress we've made. Part of the challenge is getting access to any of these change makers has been a lot of work until more recently others have been introducing us. And so I would invite you and everyone in the room to highlight, and I don't know that we have it in the form at the moment, in the form, the knowledge graph form, but I would invite you to recommend to us, one of the questions we wanted to add to the form was, who should be speaking here that's not here? And I would love for you and everyone else to, if it's not in the form, to even in the chat, share with us who should be attending, who should be speaking, who should be centered and highlighted at our next event, which will be in person next year.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Probably have time for one quick comment, or not time enough to answer a question well, but if anyone had anything they wanted to center. Okay, so with that, again, I invite everyone to add themselves to the form we shared earlier, and throughout today to really think about, because part of the power of an event like this is really everyone here could be speaking and has much to contribute, and knows of folks that are doing incredible work. I suspect that's what drew you here in the first place. And so would really encourage you to think about, as we move forward, who's not here that should be, whether that's just because of their work or because of their philosophy or approach, or the folks that they're bringing together. One of the sessions later today is on movement building, and on Sunday we have a spotlight of those who are building movements themselves. And so in addition to individuals, it's really what networks need to be here. But with that, we're going to move on to our first keynote. One of someone I'm very grateful to have been introduced to in the last year or so, who I don't quite know how to describe other than what I would consider, one of today's leading philosophers and thinkers, and a man who has dedicated his life to thinking very deeply about many of the most important issues of our time. And it's an honor to have him here and be our first speaker, and set the tone for the event, and be joining us on Sunday as well as he shares more of his thoughts. But with that, I want to give a warm, appreciative welcome to Forrest Landry.
Good morning. So thank you for inviting me into this space. For those of you who don't know me yet, my work is, I would characterize it as being essentially in the space of metaphysics. This isn't sort of a new age thing. It's essentially the basis upon which a philosophy would rest. Essentially, it explores three basic questions. What is, what is called the question of ontology is just basically saying what is, what is the ground of being itself. The next question would be, how do we know? And the third question would be essentially, what do we value? So ontology, epistemology, and axiology. And so when we're thinking about things like civilization design, or how to mitigate existential risk, or where do we want to be 1,000 years from now in terms of health of the planet and quality of life, and the kinds of issues that matter to us as a species and as an ecology, life on Earth, basically. So it's essentially part of the reason that I would say these are questions that are relevant is that, I'm sure many people are aware there's a lot of things happening right now in the space of technology, in the space of how national governments relate to one another, how humanity is in relationship to nature, and issues associated with that. So as a philosopher, as a metaphysicist, I bring tools in the space of how to think about these kinds of questions and what sort of techniques we might have to understand topics like ethics ethics in this case being how do we make good choices? On what basis of principle do we identify what our values are and how to bring our values forward? So Grace spoke earlier about the need for inclusion of basically both sides of the species, and also we could speak to the need of inclusion for nature and the need for inclusion of other cultures and things of that nature. But in the sense of basically answering something of the nature of how would we do civilization design? What would be the values that we would bring forward as a way of understanding what does it mean when we say healthy community or healthy planet? What does it mean when we say that the relationship that we have with nature or with technology, or the relationship between technology and nature, is itself furthering of life, furthering of the goodness that we would want to have in our future? So in this sense, I'm going to switch from basically saying, okay, here's a little bit of how I think about things or the kind of orientation I'm coming from, to how might we begin to actually answer some of these questions. So the first thing that I would sort of point to in the nature of what is, right? What is the ground from which some of this stuff might be considered? And then again, there's three basic concepts. We know that change is happening. We have learned via technology how to learn and do things, right? So technology is essentially a force of causation. And that when we're thinking about our choices, when we're thinking about our capacity to make good choices, we are thinking about choice. And so I would say, as kind of a first observation, that the notion of the real is that which is partaking of, or is composed of, choice, change, and causation. So in this sense, we're wanting to sort of notice something about these concepts. We're kind of wanting to notice how these concepts play out in our current scenario. So for example, if we look at history, if we look at sort of the long arc of where we are currently, like what has happened prior to give us perspective on what is happening today. the first thing that we might notice, or if we were to, again, use this perspective of choice, change, and causation as essentially a lens through which to view this, then we would say something like, well, let's see, going back to before recorded history, that the way of people in the world was essentially in direct relationship to change, in direct relationship to nature. Nature is abundantly changing all the time, weather and season and the daily cycle and so on. And so in effect, the quality of life was defined by a person's capacity or a community's capacity to live in right relationship to change. And you see this reflected in the earliest religions. They're very animalistic, or you might have things that describe flow. So for instance, the Eastern religions are very much oriented around the concept of flow and living in right balance. So then, we can sort of say that the quality of mastery, or the quality of right relationship, was very much characterized by this notion of change. And basically, that was the orientation that was held as the highest philosophies of the time. And then gradually, starting with agriculture, perhaps, and moving forward to what has become essentially the Western Enlightenment, perhaps, if people are willing to tolerate that language. But the notion is that at some point we became more and more effective at using tools. And so there was a sense of understanding how the tool itself is a tool. What does that actually mean? And so in effect, with the development of this sort of perspective that we have come to call the scientific method, and again, the sort of epistemic technique associated with that, i.e. how do we know something, that we learned a way of working with nature or working with the world that effectively had this quality of conditionalization, that we could change the environment around us using the tools and techniques, using the learnings of science, and then translating those into technology to build things like refrigerators or houses. And so in this sense, part of the thing that has made the modern world the way it is essentially an integration and adaptation of this concept of causation fully throughout the matrix of everybody's lives. So in this particular sense, there's been this gradual but overwhelming transition from awareness of how to live in flow, how to live in the context of change, to how to essentially work with causation in a way that essentially transcends change. And so in this sense, we can say, okay, well, here we are, we have basically done as much as we can with causation. We have, through the scientific method and through technology, really become quite adept at working with causation. And with that, of course, comes its own challenges. We now are noticing issues at a global scale, issues of pollution, inequality, things that have to do with dynamics of global warming or deforestation or species loss. And in this particular sense, we're noticing that causation as a tool isn't necessarily helpful to addressing all of these issues. One of the things I'll be speaking on a little bit later on Sunday is this, the relationship between technology and life in terms of things like artificial intelligence and what kinds of issues that creates. But more to the point in this moment is to basically say that technology can't be considered the solution to all problems. Technology tells you what you can do, but it doesn't tell you what you should do. And so in this particular sense, there's a very fundamental need for us to become skillful at knowing what are we going to do? What should we do? What is the right thing to do? And so a conference like this one is essentially an exploration of that question. How do we know what is the right thing to do? On what basis do we select our values? On what basis do we make choices? And it's not just that we're making choices individually, but that we're needing to learn how to make choices collectively. And part of the reason that this becomes particularly relevant in our current times is that some of you may be aware of this thing called the Fermi paradox. It's basically saying something along the lines of, the universe is vast. There are 700 billion stars. And that if there were technological civilizations out there, if our progression as life is to move from change into this sort of causal process and to become a technological culture, we should be observing signs and observable communication with these other cultures. Like, where are all the aliens, so to speak? But when we look out into the universe with, our telescopes and radio telescopes and things like that, we don't necessarily see any sign at all of other life in the universe. So the question becomes, where are they? Like, is life incredibly rare? Or is it the case that technological civilization just doesn't endure? And in this particular situation, I'm not necessarily concerned with answering that specific question right now. But what I can do is I can say that regardless of which it is, we are at a key moment in time in our species evolution, that if we are to genuinely address the question, we need to essentially first recognize that life in the universe is probably pretty rare, and it's certainly worth protecting. And that secondly, if it is the case that technological civilizations don't live very long, then we need to become really, really skillful so that we either do continue as a species, or we essentially learn a better way of being that isn't necessarily limited by technology. And so in this sense, I'm thinking about choices as being crucial, right? Choices is essentially opening the door to the future. And the thing that's interesting about this is that no amount of understanding of causation is ever going to be the equivalent of understanding even the least choice. Choice is transcendent beyond causation, the same way that causation is transcendent beyond change. And that if we're going to be skillful as a species, it's going to be skillful at making choices. So in this sense, philosophy has just gone from being kind of this, sort of background topic, which we use as a way of thinking about, what might be important to think about and how do we do things, to essentially addressing as a kind of clarity, what are the central issues of this time? If we look at kind of the modern philosophical movements and things like that, you'll notice, we mentioned the woke movement, for example. And if you look at it just as sort of like even slight little way of saying, well, what is this movement about? We hear issues mentioning like consent and, what is ways of addressing inequality or addressing colonialism. And so in effect, there's this sort of critique of causal process and all of the things that go with it, with the notion of that we need to be much more conscious, much more aware of how to make choices, both individually and collectively. And then in effect, what we're looking at is essentially designs of systems like governance and design of systems like community, and learning how to distinguish between community process and institutional process. In effect, we have, as a world and as a species, we have become so enamored with causation that we have effectively replaced community process with a commercial one. And there are obviously issues with that. So in effect, there's a need for us to learn how to do community again and learn how to make choices as a community, not just as a community of people here in this forum, but essentially as a community of people in the world. Right? The notion of institution as basically being the only way in which groups of people can make choices is something that I would say is an assumption of, to be studied with some agnosticism. There are multiple ways in which we can have community process be essentially one that is wise enough to make the kinds of choices that are needed for our species now, particularly in the face of things like civilization design and existential risk and what I would call long-term conscious sustainable evolution. So in that sense, there's a sort of connection between the notion of values, the notion of ethics, and the notion of choice. In effect, we're saying that ethics is the principles of effective choice, choice being effective to the degree that it enhances life, that it creates community, that it develops the sorts of nurturing relationships that are essentially furthering of our future. So in this sense, when I'm looking at an event like this one, and I'm noticing that there are a lot of people who are thinking, about pretty important things in pretty profound ways. And it comes to, my perspective of how do we integrate some of these things? What ways in which can these projects work together? Or what are the sorts of things that we would really love to leave behind as a legacy? Like, we're all people. We all have lifetimes that are finite, that we're mortal beings, basically. And so in effect, we're in the space of what are the choices that we make individually and collectively that provide for a future for our children, for our next generations. And so it's with those sorts of keys in mind that I basically say, well, this lens of deep past being essentially understood in terms of change, recent past in the sense of the last few hundred years being understood in terms of causation, and that our moment today and the future is defined by the choices we make. In effect, the nature of self is who am I in this moment is essentially the product of all the choices that I have made and all the choices that I could make. So in this sense, the skillfulness with which we make choices, both at the level of ourselves individually in our moment in this time, and collectively as a group of people, and collectively as essentially whatever communities that you're part of currently, or maybe politically even, that there's a sense in which we become more skillful at making choices because we need to. And that if we're in effect going to evolve as a species, it's going to be just as much because we have developed a mastery of the process of making quality choices as it will be because we have developed a mastery of causation, or at prior epochs of time, a mastery of living in flow. And that in effect, it's kind of a closure of the cycle, that by being effective in the sense of loving, and in the sense of producing community, in the sense of producing holistic health, in the sense of thinking about things in a holistic way, that we can actually support the value of life itself. We can support the value of the ways in which we are all glad to be alive. And so in effect, there's a sense in which we are, through that process of making effective choices, setting the ground for us to be back in right relationship with flow, both with nature and now with technology. In a sense, we could think of these as three great creative forces. We know that evolution can create, otherwise we would not be here having this conversation. And we also know that our choices can create. Right? We bring things into being with our voices and with our words and with our actions. And so in effect, we have, as a side effect of that, or as a result of that, developed technology, which at this particular point is creating all sorts of things for us as well. So in effect, you could think of technology as a creative force that happens at a large scale, in sort of this causal, macroscopic sort of way, and evolution as essentially a microscopic force of change, that it emerges from the substrate in all places at once. And that our choices as individuals is sort of in the middle scales, it's in the mesoscopic range. And so in effect, if we're wanting to come into skillfulness of choicefulness, not just as ourselves, but also as evolution, in concert with evolution and in concert with technology, that we have to consider the relationship between technology and evolution itself, and what choices we're looking at in that particular space. Currently, it's the situation that technology is mostly dominating of evolution. It's mostly dominating of nature. And we think as a species currently, we have this sort of naivete that nature is a source of resources, which we then transform into technology, which then allows us to extract more resources from nature. And we think that technology is in service to humanity. We think that nature is in service to humanity. But actually, it would make much more sense for us to have technology be in service to nature, technology be in service to the well-being of not just the natural world, but our capacity to make choice. That's not currently how it's used. It's mostly used in a way that is in support of institutional design. But if we're wanting to essentially move into a world where we have freedom of choice and we have the capacity to make good choices, then to some extent, we're going to need to reconcile these dynamics in a fundamental way. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. We're very shy on time for questions. If you have any guidance on how we reconcile those choices that I'm sure it can't be answered so quickly. And for everyone listening, Forrest will be speaking again on Sunday on both existential risk and civilization design with our friend Benjamin Life. So please come back for that. So thank you so much, Forrest. Really grateful to have you here and to kick things off with such depth. If anyone has quick reflection. We don't have time to really dive in, which is part of the reason we'd love to have this event in person, so we can have multiple rooms and have people really take some time to share their own voices. But feel free to add any comments or reflections into the chat. But for now, we are going to move on to our next speaker. But once more, thank you so much, Forrest. Deep gratitude for you being here. And next up, we have Rupert Reed, who is one of the co-founders of Extinction Rebellion, is part of the Green Party in the UK, and as a professor who's written and thought deeply about many of the challenges we face, and specifically has written a book, Parents for a Future, identifying, and I'll let Rupert speak more eloquently and more articulately to this, but that we talked earlier about cultural abundance, and one category, so to speak, that could really unite so many across all categories is parents. And so with that, want to warmly welcome Rupert. Rupert, welcome. Great to see you.
Well, thanks, Elliot, and pleasure to be here in distinguished company, seeking to tackle these very, very important questions. So, given that you've forgone a question session on the last session, we're on time, which is great. So what I intend to do, if that's all right with people, is to speak for really quite a short amount of time, because this is going to be my only visit, unfortunately, to this event. I'm going to speak for quite a short amount of time, and then there will definitely be some time for some questions and discussion in response to what I have to say. My understanding is we have 20 minutes in total here, Elliot, correct? Yeah. So I'll plunge in and by all means put stuff in the chat, but also please be ready to talk with me after the next several minutes are up. So as Elliot kindly mentioned, what I wanted to talk about essentially was the argument of this book, Parents for a Future, How Loving Our Children Can Prevent Climate Collapse. My view is that while there are clearly many things that need to be done, we need to do everything, basically try everything in a certain sense at this desperate moment in our history. One of the most essential is to really mobilize ourselves as co-parents of the future. So this isn't just about people who are literally biologically parents. I'm not myself. I'm an uncle. And I have, various young people in my life in this way and that. I'm not literally a parent. Of course, most adults are parents. Most adults in the world are parents, or at least become parents at some time in their life. And that's really important, but it's also bigger than that. So just in case anyone's already wondering, thinking, well, yeah, but more and more people are choosing for good reason not to have children. How relevant is this? It's partly about literally being parents. I'll say more about that in a second. But it's partly about this being a task that we need to share as communities and as a civilization. And my passionate belief is that if we do, it could yet be transformative. Why do I think that? Well, here's one way into the question. One of the most crucial things we've seen in recent years, obviously, is the emergence of the Fridays for Future movement. My young friend and colleague, Greta Thunberg et al., storming the world in a certain sense, really, along with Extinction Rebellion and others in and around 2019, and still existing as an important force now. And the reason why this unexpected development was so powerful, I take it, was because everybody's heartstrings were really deeply pulled by seeing our young people, by seeing school children rise up and the chants they made. I mean, I remember being on several Fridays for Future events where the young people were chanting over and over again, "Save our world, save our world." And it's very, very affecting, right? Because what they're doing is that when they say that, is they're basically saying that we are not in a position to do this. We can't save our world for ourselves, at least not yet. You know, we might be able to in the future. But young people, you know, typically they can't even vote. They don't have careers yet. They don't run any countries, etc., etc. All this is obvious. The greatest power they have is what Václav Havel famously calls the power of the powerless. They have the power of voice, and they have the power of mobilizing their vulnerability. And that requires a response from the rest of us. And a very simple way of putting my point is, I don't think that response has been forthcoming yet. I take it that's pretty obvious on the macro level. I mean, some of us obviously have tried to respond. You know, some people involved in Extinction Rebellion and all sorts of other things have been directly or indirectly responding to that kind of plea from our children. But has there been a full response? No, there absolutely hasn't been a response that steps up to the mark. That's self-evident. But nor really has there been an organized response yet, if you see what I mean. So the school climate strikes, the youth strikes for climate, Fridays for Future, primarily a movement of children and young people. What I'm suggesting is there has to be a kind of counterpart movement of older people. And the obvious way to center it is around the concept of us as parents of the future. Now, I promised a few words on literally being parents. The best way into that, I think, is to consider the following point, which I think is tragically now unarguable, that whereas parents historically were able to take care of their children by doing things like ensuring they were well fed, they got to go to a good school, maybe they invested in their future college fund, whatever. That is no longer the case. Parents still need to do all of that kind of stuff. But there's something else as well, which if it isn't done, is going to mean that that doesn't give children anything even remotely like a guarantee of a decent future, a life to grow up into and have a career, family, whatever of their own potentially. So there's something else, which is that parents and all of us together have to ensure the conditions of possibility for the continued survival and flourishing of their kids. And this is an essentially collective task. And that again kind of concentrates the mind around what I'm suggesting, which is there needs to be some kind of organized movement of parents and adults at large, which is a kind of counterpart to what we saw in the worldwide school climate strikes. So that's essentially the nub of the idea. And if you want a more concrete, logical reason for the idea, well, here it is. Parents often say, the thing that matters to me most in the world is my children and their welfare and their well-being. Well, if they mean that, and I think that it's a reasonable response to those claims to assume good faith, if they mean that, then they need to think long-term. They need to think about the future of their children, and not just of their children, because your children don't have a decent future if they have no future to look forward to for their children. And this logic iterates endlessly, right? If we knew that everything was going to be crap by 2100, which is quite a likely scenario as things stand, if we knew that, then we would know that things were not going to go well for our children, because they would not be going well for their children, even if our own children got to have a decent life this century. And this logic is undefeatable. It's the central argument at the beginning of the book, Parents for a Future. This is not a comfortable conversation to have with anybody, least of all parents, but there's no way around it. There's no way around it. So that's the situation that we are in. And well, my invitation to parents and aunts and uncles and godparents and guardians and anyone who is willing and able, which needs to mean basically all of us, to step up to their responsibilities as co-parents of the future. The situation that faces parents et al. Is precisely as I've just laid out, and the responsibility is irremovable. And if things go very badly over the next generation or so, which on current trends looks likely, then I'm afraid our children will have quite a direct question for us. And the question will be, well, what did you do while there was still time to do lots of meaningful stuff about it? And all of us need to hear that question now. All of us need to hear that question in our heads and visualize it now. And when we do, it seems to me that we get into the kind of position that I'm describing. We get into the kind of position where it becomes clear that a movement along the lines that I'm envisaging is essential. Now, this could take various forms. It could take the form of traditional activism. There are various other forms that it could take. It could mean parents organizing in a way that feels much less like activism, feels much more like, well, we're just doing what is common sense in response to this novel, unprecedented, scary situation. It will probably take the form increasingly of parents forming and others forming various kinds of sort of support groups to kind of process this, but it's not enough to just process it. That has to eventuate in action. It may well also lead to parents and others getting more involved in all sorts of kind of change in their workplaces, where they live, in their professions, perhaps where they pray. This is what I refer to as the new moderate flank, the natural, obvious successor to the likes of Extinction Rebellion and Fridays for Future, a truly mass movement or movement of movements or formation of action or of activation, as I say, not necessarily anything like activism as we know it. Whichever of these forms it takes, which is not for me to decide, nor any of you for that matter, whichever of these forms this kind of responsiveness takes, it needs to be effective and it needs to be scaled and it needs to be soon. And it's starting to come. Look out, for example, for a tiny organization that's formed in England recently called Mothership. I predict you'll be hearing more about it. This is an organization of mothers who get this and are determined to catalyze it in a way that, as I've been saying, doesn't necessarily look or feel like traditional activism and could therefore involve a lot more people. But it's going to require loads of us to respond and step up in unprecedented ways. And it's going to require the mobilization of a great deal of authentic emotion, of the kind that we saw with Greta, of the kind we saw with Extinction Rebellion. It's going to require a lot more parents, etc., to step into that place of power where the fundamental idea is something like, I'm doing this for my children, because if we don't, then we know where we're headed. And what we need to imagine and what we need to catalyze is untold hundreds of thousands and millions doing that and saying that and speaking to camera. And some of them will probably engage in civil disobedience, and many of them will probably engage in activism. But most of them by far will probably do neither of those things, but they will get serious. They will be serious because there is no alternative. Okay, that's what I wanted to lay out for you. And I would love to hear your response and take questions, etc., for the time we have remaining here.
Feel free to chime in or put your hand up if you did have questions. Rupert, I'll kick things off. So
yeah,
with your experience, actually, we'll give it to Donna since she's put her hand up. Go ahead, Donna.
That's okay. Just always great when people start to engage, and appreciate you looking for that engagement, Rupert.
Mm.
And I really like what you're describing in terms of that word of mobilization. I put something in the chat.
Yeah, I like what you're saying there.
Yeah, and I think it's just a recognition that this is a job for all of us. And we all know, and we talk and we moan and complain about the division and the polarization in our world, which
Yeah.
we all do observe, and often not recognizing even the ways that we ourselves feed that polarization and the binary um, ways of looking at things and thinking. And it kind of relates also to what Forrest has already shared earlier, in terms of, you know, the fact that no one of us can see the whole. We sometimes talk in more sophisticated terms around fractals and prisms and kaleidoscopes and different ways of seeing the world, which has reached an order of complexity that no one of us can truly grasp, even those of us that think we've got a little bit more of it. And so that is why, you know, we are really advocating and working with people everywhere in the world around just let's embrace the ordinary citizen. We are all at some level ordinary
Yes.
citizens. Time to level the playing field and get out of our echo chambers and our platforms, and a lot of reframing. So it's just embracing the kind of reframing that you're suggesting,
Yeah.
and staying open to all kinds of ways of bridging divides, because we've got to do that. We need everybody in this. Nearly 8 billion people on planet Earth. The folks in this room or any of the other rooms that we're showing up, we're not going to be able to do this alone. So, and that is aligned with what the mission of global unity is about. I'll stop there. I'm often I joke about I'm the and lady. I've always got, you know, my sentences are never finished and I'm always going and, but my real hope is that it opens the door for others to add their perspectives as well. Really appreciate what you've shared. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Donna. Well, I really like what you've just said there. And yeah, obviously, Elliot and I have talked about this in the past. The bit of what you've said I'd like to pick up on is the bit about going beyond polarization. I think that's absolutely crucial. It's incredibly difficult. It's central to the objectives of the Moderate Flank initiative. And it's sort of written in, right, to this idea around parents. It's like, here's a kind of deep identity that most of us have in common. And as I say, it applies even if you don't literally have biological children, as I don't. And this is a way that we can potentially reach out and join people together across generational divides, but even more significantly across political divides. And it has to be done. It has to be that way. And that's another reason why I think we need to look beyond the frame of traditional activism. We need to get parents to think, look, this is about something really, really fundamental and visceral that vast numbers of people share in common. What if we were to act on the basis of that? That would have an incredible, incredible power. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate Donna's comment on the need to kind of coalesce different movements. And I think, and Forrest spoke to that towards the end around, you know, how do we coordinate across these different efforts? And so see how we're basically shy on time. So Eric, if you had a quick comment for Rupert, please go ahead. Otherwise, we're going to move to
Tyler. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, just very quickly, this will be. I was watching something recently. Bjorn Lomborg was talking about this notion of like sexy looking solutions, right? And we're very attracted to that. And one of many examples he gave was electric cars, right? Like rather than providing electric cars to rich people in rich countries, instead of that, providing electric mopeds to poor people in poor countries would have a far, far, far greater impact at a fraction of the cost. But it's not sexy, right? And it doesn't get, you know, the Hollywood stars on board and all of that kind of thing. And so I just wondered what thoughts you had on this sort of virtue signaling, you know, the desire to virtue signal actually obfuscating much simpler, much more basic, much more effective, much more cost effective, above all, possibilities.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm not a fan of Lomborg generally, but I think the point he makes here is not a bad one. I think that it's very true that there is too much hype around things like electric cars. Electric vehicles are obviously part of the solution, but if we fantasize that we're going to replace the automobiles we currently have one-on-one with electric cars, that's absolutely catastrophic for the planet. We need to be thinking much more about shared electric vehicles, also about other, so you mentioned electric mopeds. I would say in significant parts of the global north, electric bikes is actually the single most important thing here. You know, a lot of people could literally, especially in urban and peri-urban areas, literally replace their cars with electric bikes, with just the occasional kind of shared journey in a shared electric vehicle. You know, that's a more sort of transformative move of the kind that we need to be thinking about. And if we're thinking about kind of how we're going to co-parent the future, how we're going to transform in the way that we need to be ready to make those kinds of quite bold mental shifts, and we need to act on them.
Absolutely. And great transition for us as we start looking at very direct solutions and specifically eco-focused solutions. And so again, there's so much richness in what our speakers are sharing. It would be wonderful to have more time to just have broader discussions. So I look forward to next year when we can do this in person, or at least with a lot more space. Thank you so much, Rupert. Really appreciate what you're doing and being here. And Rupert shared a few links, as did Forrest. Forrest shared a link. I'm just going to repost on his ephemeral group process. And Rupert shared a few. We'll repost in a moment as well for his moderateflank.org and parentsforfuture.org. Now we're going to move to Tyler into kind of our, we've kind of combined our revolutionary green tech and regenerative agriculture superheroes segments for today. So very excited for everyone to see what Tyler is working on. Really blew my mind. And so with that, please take it away, Tyler.
Sure. Thanks, everybody. And we appreciate the opportunity to sit here and share what we're doing. I'm the director of ESG and sustainability for Gravitas Infinitum, a sustainable impact holding company. We've got several companies, and our focus is around solving the planet's most challenging problems. And if you look at the total global economy, and we're all talking about, shifting towards a circular economy, only 8.6% of the world's economy is circular. So what does that tell us? That means that there's a lot of room for improvement. And so what I'm going to go into here is Carburetura. We've spent the last several years integrating technologies, funding, and implementation. Our CEO, Alan Witters, is just incredible. His background, designing things from nuclear subs to satellites and all kinds of things in between. And so what we've done here is integrated proven technologies as well as funding to deploy basically services and technologies to untrash the planet, both our waste streams, solid waste streams, as well as atmospheric waste streams. And from first principles, what we're doing is we're 100% waste recycling. Is there a dog barking in someone's non-muted background? Zero waste processing, zero emissions processing, creating renewable, reusable materials, carbon capture, virtual landfill and landfill mining, renewable energy, renewable microgrid, and we are a for-profit business. Carburetura Zero Fill, basically recycling everything with zero waste and zero emissions. Everybody knows around the world that we're dealing with a pretty existential crisis. You've got about 11 billion tons of trash created a year. You got about 5 times that going into the atmosphere as far as CO2 and greenhouse gas equivalents. So we've got ourselves a real, complete retooling of the supply chains that has to happen. And what we're doing is accelerating that. What we're doing and how we offer our business model. We're taking, whether it be, we're dealing with about 500 to 10,000 tons per day on the typical deployments. We're available globally. It's about 12 months from contract to first services. And that's for like direct, drop off of trash, or we can landfill mine and deal and address, the elephant in the room is our legacy waste, both atmospherically and as well as the solid waste. And specialized tires, hazardous wastes, plastics, bulk wastes, agricultural wastes. The list goes on and on. It's quite shocking. A lot of people talk about, how bad we have, a waste problem. The atmospheric waste problem is kind of invisible to a lot of people, so it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. But we're addressing both. Carburetor was selected the world's most top 50 most innovative new companies out of 130 countries last year. And these are the SDGs that we support. We had a SDG assessment of a 96.8 across all 17 SDGs, and the benchmark average in the United States is 37. Obviously, a pretty big room for improvement for the adoption of SDGs in the United States. And basically, there are two divisions, and both can be worked into together. Zero fill is 100% recycling of all solid waste into reusable materials without any need for sorting or separating of those materials. Biocarbon is a high density vertical farm, high density biofactory, really, because it runs more like a data center. It's the equivalent of 25,000 outdoor agricultural acres in about a 5-acre footprint. Think of an advanced bioenergy carbon capture and storage. BECCS, which is commonly known as, but BECCS has some detractors because you think of 25,000 acres, that's a lot of monocropping, water use, biodiversity impact. And we're putting it into a 5-acre footprint, and it's all hydroponics. So we're recycling and actually remediating water. The two of them can be used in conjunction with each other, or they can be used separately. And they're both self-powered by either the waste, the fuels from the waste, or the fuels from the biomass. And we can focus output to electricity, fuels, heat, narrowband material selections that can be processed from the waste, and post-processing of the materials into things like graphite, graphene, diamonds. Graphite is a critical mineral for the electrification of all of our fleets. It's a very typically it's dirty, it's mined from the earth, but we're creating a renewable, carbon neutral or carbon negative graphite, as well as biographite, biographene, and biodiamonds. I'll get into a little bit further. This is basically, it's all based on a single unit of our recyclotron. This does 100 tons per day. It's self-contained and self-powered, and it's containerized for rapid deployment around the world. We're not looking about monolithic, incineration or anything like that. We're not incinerating anything. We're breaking everything down at the atomic levels, on the molecular levels, and separating those into various components. This right here is the first, is a microwave reactors, disintegrating materials into vapors and base solids. We've got multi-phase generators, which drive up to a megawatt of direct energy per reactor to the resonant frequencies of the materials. And then we've got up to 16 discrete material streams as outputs, as well as the gaseous and liquid fuel collections that after the initial start power can self-generate, and also significantly generate a lot of fuel to support a local microgrid. We also have zero emissions gas turbine generators providing for all system power, atmospheric carbon capture, and exhaust gas carbon capture. So we have this is a negative emissions technology. And basically, if you look at municipal solid waste, which makes up about 6,000 molecules and all those underlying materials, going through the recyclotron, creating reusable raw material streams into thousands of downstream products. This is an example of a 2,000 tons per day facility. We've contracted with the group in India for 5 of these. It's a multi-billion-dollar contract. It fits in about a 3-acre footprint. Can create about 30 megawatts of zero emissions energy, or about 5,000 gallons per hour of excess fuels, with additional production of graphite, graphene, post-processing of the char. This is basically a little 3D digital twin that breaks down kind of the, how it looks. And it's obviously containerized. So this is what a small 100 ton per day facility or unit looks like. And typically the smallest deployment we'll do is 500 tons per day. This is, it gets more technical into life cycle assessment of basically municipal solid waste coming in at 100 to 10,000 tons per day. You've got atmospheric CO2 that is about 1 pound of CO2 per minute, and that's just for the gas turbine generators for the air intake. But going into the microwave multi-phase reactor, you're breaking down everything at about 1,200 degrees Celsius to the resonant frequencies of the underlying materials, creating renewable fuels that can power the gas turbine generators after the initial start energy is utilized, and then it's just self-powered going forward. And then you see you have water, metal, silica, and more renewable fuels, and the char. The flue gas is coming from the gas turbine generator. We bring through our microwave plasma reactor that further breaks down the molecules of any exhaust to create char and oxygen, and that's actually brought back into the gas turbine generator to affect greater efficiency there. Not to get too technical because this is just going to have a short run through. These are the materials that are currently being processed with this technology. And that essentially breaks down to what is all of municipal solid waste. We're talking, the wind turbine blades, roof shingles, car shredder residues, carbon fiber composites, plastic paint, really, really tricky stuff. This is happening this is, proven technology. Post-processing, you've got the first level of processing for these level of outputs. And then you have second and third level processing, both thermal and non-thermal plasma processing, to get into much more refined and higher value materials, graphite, graphene, nanotubes, very, very specialized. I'm not sure if many people here understand the value of graphene and the world of graphene that we're going into. It's a 1 atom layer thick of graphite, but it's 200 times stronger than steel. It's 4 times more efficient than lithium. It's 10 times more efficient than copper. And we can pull it out of our trash and we can mine it out of the atmosphere. And we're doing this at a fraction of the price of mining it out of the Earth's crust. The timeline of Carbatura, first principles were in 2019, integration and partnering in 2020, deployment and financial and technical due diligence was in 2021. We got our first billion and for deployment financing with National Standard Finance in 2022 in July. We have deployment models for outside of the US as far as licensing and royalties and selling the systems, and then inside of the US as a service model, basically virtual landfill as a service. First contract was with the group in India for 3.3 billion over 30 years, which includes the equipment and royalties. And basically in 2023, we're focusing on the service models and deploying it across the United States and North America, working with several of the, people that are, municipalities. We can work with both municipalities. We can work with private corporations. Essentially, we're fully funded, which is a big problem with a lot of the impact and things that people are trying to do is all a factor of funding. What we're offering is basically, as long as the organization behind the trash, whether it be a municipality or a corporation, as long as they have decent investment grade credit, we can deploy, as long as we get a long-term contract for that waste. And that's essentially a 500 ton per day facility is about, $120 million. 2,000 tons per day is about, around 450. But we'll be working on building, capacity, so we can drive down those costs. But even as it stands now, this is the most efficient way. You have municipalities, states, across the country trying to figure out how to get diversion to like 75%, which means, 75% doesn't end up in the landfill. But, currently the average is much more around in the 30 percentile range, sometimes 40, but most places, the unfortunate part is that you've got these forever chemicals that are being in our trash, like PFAS, that go into incineration and then they get wafted up into the atmosphere. And now we've got about all around the world, we're finding PFAS and these forever chemicals in our rainwater. So we've got big blowback from, basically the 200-year party we've had, and our parents are coming home. We've got to clean up the house, and we're committed to untrash the planet, both the solid waste as well as the atmospheric waste, because those high density biofactories that I spoke of is the most efficient method of capturing atmospheric carbon. And we're not trying to bury it under the ground or hide it or sweep it under the rug. We're trying to create the raw materials of the next stage of modern civilization. Basically, getting rid of trash is really expensive. Our systems make money on the inputs, the carbon captured, the renewable energy, and the outputs. And I think, here we go. This is basically deployments and process. We've got 10,000 tons per day contracted with India. We've got about 26,000 in the funnel. And we're looking at engaging both developed and developing countries. And as long as they can have like sufficient credit rating or maybe a standby letter of credit behind that as like a credit enhancement, we can deploy and get rapid deployment globally. The Sovereign Advisory Group, based here in the United States, that's our financial partner, has several trillion in assets under their advisory. So we basically have permanent funding to start untrashing our planet. And I think that that's going to go a long way. And honestly, my background, coming from 20 years in the hedge fund industry, always had my thoughts around sustainability. But this transition from a linear extractive economy to a circular regenerative economy is the biggest opportunity in the history of mankind, designed as disguised as an existential crisis. So we all have a lot of work to do for the untrashing. Happy to take on some questions or thoughts, or if anyone wants to reach out to me for further kind of dialogue, or happy to do so.
Little short on time for too many questions, but I hope everyone got to see why I was so excited to have Tyler share, a tool that can eliminate waste while producing fuel and sequestering carbon at the same time. And John or Tyler didn't get into it just yet, but they've even got a UBI, Universal Basic Income model integrated with it, to not only provide jobs for those in the communities where these devices sit, but to actually provide support for the broader community. And so one question that I was that Tyler answered, and I want to center for not only the speakers that it didn't quite get to ask Forrest or Rupert, but Tyler has answered, is how can we help? How can the folks in the room help? And it sounds like by making connections with municipalities that are, or those in charge of waste management, would be a great step forward to get more of these devices into the right places. Is that right, Tyler?
Yeah, we're we're kind of looking for trash with good credit, which is an odd word, but yeah. And someone said that asked what kind of things that we can handle. We really don't like to deal with radioactive waste. That's a problem. And also, to your point of universal basic income, similar to the Alaska Permanent Fund that was started in the 70s, is a bipartisan program, and that's been providing thousands of dollars a year for decades to all citizens of Alaska from the Alaska pipelines. And we feel like this is the community's trash. This is both current and legacy. And so we can have a tremendous impact for people, you know, the underserved communities. It does create multi-generational jobs. And, you know, to the point made earlier about our children, you know, even my own 13-year-old, I want to, you know, have it as an apprentice. Someone asked for websites, both carbotura.com is the site for Carbotura, and then
I'll ask, sorry, Tyler, just so everyone actually can get it, if you don't mind pasting it in the chat, that'd be great. And I want to
Sure.
make sure we give the stage over to Minnie. So thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here, and very happy also to now welcome Minnie Jane from the Flow Partnership. I first heard about them through our friends at Open Future Coalition's Open Future Forum, doing incredible things to regenerate watersheds. Minnie, welcome.
Thank you, Elliot. And also, thank you, Tyler. I was listening. I caught some bits of what you were saying, and this is totally, we talk regeneration, but you also have to do cleanup. So it's really exciting to know the kind of work that organizations like yours are actually bringing in. It's not just, you know, what do we leave behind? How do we clean up the mess we've already made? So thank you very much for that. Yes, Elliot and I met at an online gathering a while ago, and you know, we talk transformation with communities, and constantly different parts of the world, the very communities that live on the land, that's often the poor, the forgotten communities that live in different parts of the world, in different countries of the world, in Rajasthan, in the backyards of Rajasthan, maybe Colombia, maybe Africa, and of course in UK and Europe, because we talk of regeneration through water. And I'll quickly share my screen just now. And here we are. So if I start that. Can you see the screen? Yes. So, you know, when Elliot said that this is a transformative impact summit, it just couldn't be more true about the kind of transformation our communities, these communities in the back of Beyond, do, and what is the kind of transformation they bring into the land. So there is huge, this is so pertinent today as more and more data and more stories come out about the you know, the role of what is happening with climate change and how communities are getting impoverished. There is no top-down solution. That's what we say. Action for transformation comes with the communities that we you know, that live all around the world, and those communities are us in urban areas, maybe rural areas, and communities that you can see and don't see. So the question we often ask is, what is that primary language of transformation in the landscape? When we see degraded landscapes around us, what is that, you know, what is the fundamental language that gets that transformation to happen? And how do we speak that language with this transformation? So, some of you might have seen some of the story before, but this is one of our projects that we did in India. And it's all about, you know, how do we bring attention to that life-giving water cycle. So if you look at the water cycle, which we all studied in school, the water, it comes to the ground, it goes into the ocean, goes into the clouds, transforms. There's a transformation going on at every point over there, and then it transfers back onto the ground. So that transformation from water to water vapor to rain to water vapor to rain is what that language of transformation in the landscape is all about. So when that we stop speaking that language, this is what happens. This is part of that project that I'm going to show you in a minute, a drone image taken in 2019. This is what happens when you don't have a functioning healthy water cycle anymore. And this is what happens when you start speaking that language and you enable that water cycle to be healthy. This is what happens. And how do we do that? So when we don't do that, you have this familiar cycle of neglect and impoverishment, desertification, flooding. Floods and droughts are two sides of the same coin. So you have those same problems, whether the first world, developing world, whatever the words we want to use, or the poors, the backyard, the rural, the urban. All of us are facing that impoverishment of the landscape, and these stories are coming to us from every corner. And so what are the actions that we can take? So what I'll do is quickly share with you, nothing is more powerful than the visual of an action taken by somebody. So I'll quickly share with you a story of transformation done by a community in the backyard of Rajasthan, which is in India. It is the desert state of India, and what they did within a very short span of time. So this is a place called Maharajpura. It's a small little village in Rajasthan. And Rajasthan, you can see, that's the map of India, and Rajasthan is that state in red. And the area where this work was done is in the oval circle over there, which is really, really in the back of beyond. More than, they say 100% of the people in that region called Karoli are considered to be living below the poverty line. And you can see that state of the landscape over there. Look at this. In 2018, this was the state of the landscape over there when we were talking to the Maharajpura community, to the villages over there. The region was becoming drier and drier and drier, and you saw this image before. And so you cannot imagine a landscape like this sustaining life. So what do we need for life to come back? And for life to come back, you really need to look at restoring your water. And so the community took us around, and we talked to them over many days. What is it that they can do? What is it that they want to do to be able to bring that life back to the region? And all of them said, we need the water back. Can you bring it back for us? And the answer is, of course, how do we bring it? You need to bring it back. What is it you can do? Well, say it's not a top-down, it has to be a horizontal movement across the world. Wherever you are, whatever water problem you're facing, what is it you can do? And so these communities came back with a lot of information on, there are traditional ways that they used to manage water in the landscape. And one of my heroes is Rajendra Singh. You can see him standing over there. He's amazing. He's called the Waterman of India, who has completely revived many rivers along with communities like this. So this was one of the meetings we were having over there, talking about Maharajpura, how they can bring their water back. And they all said, without water, we have nothing. All these people who leave, who migrate and go to cities, they migrate because there's no water to, grow food. The landscape's not healthy. They don't have a life. They have no livelihoods. They go away. So for them to come back, you need the water back in the village. So these are images of when we were talking to the Maharajpura community, saying, come on, you've got to do it. You've got to say yes. You've got to say yes to building your water bodies or reviving your water bodies. And they agreed, and the work started. Now, this was quite a big area, so they were doing quite a big water body. And so, we arranged for the diggers to come in. The water bodies can be big or small. And this was as you can see, a fairly large water body. That's Chaman Singh. There's very little about reviving a water body in the backyards of Rajasthan that Chaman Singh does know. Amazing man, lives and works with the villages, as is Rajendra's brother. And here you can see that the villagers are all managing the project. The tractors are theirs. So they give a third of their time, their labor, and whatever tools they have. And we arrange for whatever's needed in terms of resources. And together we work and they manage the project so that the project is theirs. And you can see the mud is dug out. It's taken in the tractors and deposited on their fields. And slowly, you can see a water body coming into shape. And I love this image because this is Chaman Singh talking to the village headman and saying, look, this is what, we are doing this together, and whatever else they were saying. But look at that camaraderie between them. So it is a joint project. And then they build the water body. This is an outlet. You have to have an outlet. The flows, if there's too much water in the water body, it's an ambition. Where does the flow go? And eventually that flow, it's a longer conversation, goes and joins the river. But what happens? So here you can see the water body got built, and that's the traditional structure called a johar. Here it's been dug out, it's been created, it's been made bigger and bigger and bigger. And then within 6 months, that picture was taken in March 2019. And within 6 months, when the rain comes, the water is held. This is the same structure. Monsoon starts in India in June, July, and carries on till about September. And this is somewhere around in August. And you can see, instead of running away, the water has been held. And when the water is held, you can see the greenery start to come back. And this is what happens. Slowly, they have water on the surface. The underground aquifers get full. The children have a great time in the, in the water. All the wells are full of water. So the underground aquifer gets recharged and the downstream wells become full, and slowly life returns to the village. When there's water, they can grow food. When they grow food, they can also have animals. They can have the dairy industry, and various other kind of livelihood opportunities. So why would they need to migrate to cities? They've got their life. They're farmers. We want them as farmers. We don't want them to migrate to cities and do jobs which, not only do not honor them, but which are completely not mindful of the kind of skills we need back in the rural areas. So that's that kind of transformation that bringing the water brings to the landscape, to the life, to social, to cultural, to wicked problems in the world like migration, crime, etc. When there is water in the rural areas, when they bring that water back, when that life water cycle is revived, that's when real transformation occurs. And you can see this is one of my most favorite images of the water buffalo. They're the most peaceful animals, and you'll find them on a lazy afternoon. If there's water, this is what they do, and they give you the most delicious milk and cheese and whatever else you can think of. So that's that kind of idyllic rural that you want. And why can't we have it if we have the water? So here you are, there's surface water, ample surface water. Women don't have to travel miles carrying these heavy pots on their head. It's available right next door to them in their villages, in the ponds in their village. So these are pictures, further pictures from that same project that we did, and you can see how lush and green and all the grain that is growing over there. This is a farmer who grew wheat for the very first time, and the kind of wheat and the quantity of production over there with that water from the johar and the pond, what it enabled was just revolutionary. So this is the kind of transformation we say can happen when communities, they work with reviving their water sources, reviving the water cycle, bringing the water back into their ponds. They get water sufficiency and security, there's nutrition sufficiency and security, there's rural economic sufficiency and security. And if there's no rural resilience, there's no urban resilience. The two are so closely linked, and you can see why that is so. So transformation is all about taking action. We talk first, we need to find out what transformation, and then post the transformation, we need to put our action where the mouth is. So often I find that especially large conference platforms talk about so many degrees of warming and so much of this, and we need to do this and we need to do that. The time for need to do is over. We need to really start working on the ground with the communities where we live, and if wherever the need is, and go from this to this. This is what we need to enable our rural heartlands in the world, to start feeling that change, that transformation of healthy, revived, repaired water cycles, and take that action now. So I'll stop here. And if there are any comments, suggestions, questions, please.
Thank you, Minnie. So inspiring to see what you've done. And again, anyone's welcome to chime in with questions or comments. Looks like Donna has one. So feel free to, Donna, but I also want to make sure, Minnie, a question that we're asking of all speakers that I want to make sure you save time for is, how can we help? What do you need? But let's pass it to Donna first.
Yeah, and let me also say, I'm I like to be active in the chat and whatever, but I'm also so open to others just chiming in. So if I have to put up my hand, I'm quite happy to have others speak ahead of me. Okay, so just to say that at any time that I'm here, Minnie, apart from what I put in the chat, what I really want to underscore in what you've said is how directly and simply you've expressed the imperative. Yeah, and that is so incredibly important because not everyone is as steeped in all of the deeper scientific and conceptual aspects of what it means to bring about the kinds of transformation that you're talking about here. And we need more of those linkages that enable people to, more easily get on board with the little things and the big things that everybody can do, because we need all of us. So it's mostly a statement of gratitude for the way that you've expressed this and packed a lot into a short space of time. So thank you. And I just welcome more, and we do welcome more of all this kind of stuff. Thank you.
Actually, it's not rocket science. Just as a response to that, reviving a water body is not rocket science. It's when we see that change. You dig a pond, where a pond is needed. Of course, you don't just dig wherever you do it in the landscape, but communities living on the ground, farmers know their land the best. They know where the water flows are. They know what needs to happen. And if we work with them in your area, we talk of India, Africa, of course we're working in all those regions, but there's also a water problem. I live in the UK. There's a water problem, huge water problem here, So till now it was a flooding, and this year England was officially in drought. So, I mean, what does that tell you? So that need for working, getting communities to do what needs to happen is right there in your neighborhood. We've got a planet that, is crying out for our engagement. So one of the things, Elliot, to answer that is that the first thing we need is to start looking around where you are and what is needed in that water space. And there are sometimes enormously wonderful organizations who don't make it to the headlines, who are local, who are doing fantastic work in that sphere, and maybe they need our help too. Where do we find them? They don't necessarily sit in the halls of fame, but the kind of work they do on the ground is phenomenal. So the first thing is to engage with that. The second is, if you're lucky enough to live in a water-rich area and a healthy cycle, then you start looking at the areas that mean something to you. What is it you can do in those areas? Maybe you have a connection with Africa, maybe you have a connection with India or Latin America, or regions which have given something to you in the past, and that they have a water problem. You can contact communities there, or contact organizations like us, and you can say what it is that you would like to do. So what we do is we set up the One Pond Fund a while ago, and it is in the process. So one is, we're always looking for a good developer to make that a really powerful platform. And that platform is for communities to put up their ponds and water requirements, and so that they, you can't if you tell communities, okay, dig a pond, it's not so easy. Farmers actually need to dig their land to grow food. So digging a pond is additional to whatever it is that they're doing. So you can't, and also you do need machines at times. Today we live in that kind of world, and when machines are there, you can do the work much faster. You can harvest the rain that falls within that same year. So there is work, there is labor, there is time, but there's also funds that are needed, and often we enable those funds to reach those communities so that they can get their pond. And you may never hear about it again, but that work has happened, and has happened given that community that kind of resource, the water that they need. So in fact, what we say is the most successful day for us, for the Flow Partnership and their projects and the communities, the day the community says, okay, bye, we don't need you, we've got our pond, we've got our water, we are now self-resilient, self-reliant, and self-sufficient. And that's the kind of work we want to enable across the world, slowly, more and more communities to be able to do that. Okay, I'll stop there. Any other comments, questions, suggestions?
We're at about a minute left, but I think one thing I'd love to understand or continue offline is in addition to supporting communities to do this on their own, I think so important, and for you and many other regen ag superheroes, as I kind of think of you, it's how do we track your knowledge? How do we make sure that what you know how to do is disseminated and accessible to all these communities? And so unfortunately, we don't necessarily have time to dig into those answers, but I would love to center that as one of the focuses of our effort. And to that end, Jen, who had to step out, had shared this, had asked me to share this, or reshare rather, the link to our shared document where you can add yourself to what a forming knowledge graph. And so through this event, you can see, I think the second link has a place where folks can add themselves. We're going to be creating a knowledge graph where everyone can see who's focused on what, and that will be kind of a first step to being able to coalesce the knowledge and the wisdom that folks like Minnie have. So Minnie, thank you so much for your time and for your amazing work. We're going to shift gears now. Very happy to welcome the next speaker in our Revolutionary Green Tech segment, Tim Sperry. Tim from Carbon Limit. I first heard about Tim because he had what was very exciting for me at the time, a paint that sequesters carbon. And since then, he's sold that company and is developing a concrete that sequesters carbon, has just joined Google's tech accelerator. So Tim, welcome. Great to have you here.
Elliot, really great to be here. Pleasure to be with everyone. And thank you so much for the warm introduction. I'm still a little jet lagged from my last trip, so I hope this all comes across with a lot of good energy, because I'm super passionate about what I do. And I'm Tim Sperry. I'm founder and inventor at two different climate tech companies. One, it was Smog Armor, where we created this really cool paint, and the other one now is our main focus here with Carbon Limit, and we've created a carbon capturing concrete. And my background is interesting. I'm kind of a unique blend of carbon capture scientist and entrepreneur, where there's a lot of disconnect kind of in that world. And my expertise is in negative emission technology, carbon capture technology. And what is that? It's essentially finding these really cool solutions to help mitigate CO2 pollution and to really decarbonize the industry. I absolutely love what I do. And I'm here today to talk about carbon capturing concrete, as Elliot mentioned, but also how really anyone and any company can become a climate tech company or a sustainable focused company. And, you know, really everything from my side emulates from this massive mission that I'm on and that our team is on, which has never been done yet, which is to remove over 1 billion tons of CO2 pollution from our planet and to help decarbonize the world. And we're doing that by starting with concrete. You know, really, my reason why isn't because we're looking to make a lot of money and we want to be famous or we want this huge legacy or our names to go down in history, but it's really, for us, this mission driven comes from wanting to, first of all, protect and improve the lives of billions of people and their livelihoods as well. And really, as importantly, inspire the generation of entrepreneurs, inventors, and companies now to do the same thing, as well as all future generations to come up with these really great new solutions to environmental and social problems. And with that, I think, you know, a lot of people before we are where we're at now with a lot of this awareness, a lot of this consciousness, a lot of these big goals, sustainability goals, kind of viewed companies that help the environment or society as charities. We want to show that really a company that does what we do can actually create massive amount of impact as well as financial returns, amongst other things. I mean, there's a substantial amount of fulfillment doing what we do. and really want to start by saying, like, my story actually begins a lot earlier in my life, when I was very young and experienced my first loss. And that was some family members that passed from cancer, from someone else polluting their air. And ever since then, I've always been an entrepreneur. I always loved inventing things. And I always wanted to come up with different solutions and inventions to help protect people. I was always livid when I'd see people driving around with no regulators on their trucks, spewing out emissions, and these trucks and all these industries that are causing all these problems that now today we're finally realizing are bigger problems than they appeared at the time, or that people thought they would have been. And that kind of started my trajectory, and unfortunately not as early in my entrepreneurship career. But when I finally took a beat, and a few years ago, when I started my first climate tech company, started looking at entrepreneurship from a different lens. You know, I think a lot of people, at least I, at that time, looked at entrepreneurship from a lens of, what can I make the most money doing? And then what can I do to like it enough to continue making that happen and continue doing it? And I ended up doing a bunch of different things, starting a bunch of different businesses that some were successful, some were not successful. The failures taught me more than the successes did. And I think that all really culminated and ended up giving me the perspective of seeing, when I started my first climate tech company, of wanting to look at being in entrepreneurship from that lens of, all right, what am I really passionate about, and how can I, what are my reasons why, and what's going to drive me and fulfill me. And I kind of circled back with my spiritual business consultant, as it was at the time, and understood that a lot of these things that have driven me have been from childhood, which I think it's kind of related to everybody. And that, I wanted to find a solution to help other people not have to suffer from losses because of a third party or another company or another, someone else creating this harm and these issues. And I found a clear mission I wanted to end air pollution. And I started Smogarmor. And initially, Smogarmor was a company where I created a really cool exhaust tip filter for a car. And I thought at that time, cars and trucks and emissions from vehicles were kind of low-hanging fruit to try to mitigate, to try to solve. And I created this really cool exhaust tip filter, and I put it on my car. And at the time I had an ICE car, and now I have an electric car, of course, because I don't want to cause more pollution and carbon in the world. And I put it on my car, and I found a way to test it, and I tested it, and I found that this cool filter that I created by making this negative emission technology out of these active minerals that are found all over the world and just never really been used in that way. They were used by NASA and other really cool, commercial applications. I was able to create a filter that could help filter out the emissions coming out of cars at about 80 to 90%. And I was super, super excited. And that really kind of started my path to where I'm at now, in my path along creating climate tech companies and carbon capture technology. But what was interesting was realizing that at the time I didn't really know what this company was, what Smogarmor was, and thought it was a air purifying paint company, and come to kind of realize that it was really the paint, the technology in the paint that was powering this, and that could be utilized for other purposes and other products and cause these other really cool effects and help other companies achieve their carbon goals and help mitigate some of these other issues, such as VOCs and formaldehyde and a lot of the air contaminants and air pollutants in our homes, which is what the paint did. Was you paint your house with it, and it was able to actively attract and capture CO2 and these dangerous airborne chemicals that could be harmful for your family. And they're kind of slowly causing us health problems because we don't realize that they do have a negative impact on us. And taking that technology out of there gave the idea that I can do more than just create a single product. And as I mentioned, we're working on exit with this company and created Carbon Limit, which is our carbon capturing concrete. And Carbon Limit was really created because seeing the impact that we were having just by putting a little bit of this technology into paint, which is in all of our homes and surrounds all of us and can impact us. And by the way, the real reason we chose paint was because I think a lot of us here are super aware and conscious of our environment and wanting to be a part of the solution versus the problem. But a big problem like carbon pollution and other air pollutants, a lot of people rely on government or companies or someone else to take care of. We chose paint because we wanted to empower anyone to have a part of the solution and anyone to be responsible for doing something to positively impact the environment and their family's health and protect their health. So it was really rewarding to come up with that and to get some really great collaborations with different artists and different developers and these different customers that we had that were doing good for themselves and others. And then creating Carbon Limit from there was us wanting to go to the gigaton scale of carbon removal. What better way than going into a industry where you have billions of tons of emissions created every year. And this is a real necessity for society and a necessity for our development. And for every infrastructure requirement and all of our built environment is primarily made out of concrete because of its ability and what it does and its cost and everything else. But what most people don't know is that concrete is responsible for, coming up on 10% of all global emissions, which is a really big deal. So if you find a sustainable, greener solution for concrete, you can absolutely move the needle and you can really help create effective change in the environment. So that's kind of where Carbon Limit started. Elliot, you want me to share a deck to kind of show everyone what we do with Carbon Limit?
I love it. I just want to keep in mind that we've got about 8 minutes. So
Sure.
Whatever. Yeah, please go ahead.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I would love to share this just so everyone can kind of get a visualization of what it is that we're doing.
And while you're getting that set up, I'll also center the same question that we asked Minnie and the others towards the end. If you can just share like how we can help, what would help Carbon Limit get to the next level.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I mean, for us, we're right now, as you mentioned, we were part of Google's Climate Change Accelerator. That for us was really quite transformational, and it was really cool to see that company culture. It is really kind of what I think perception of it is. The people there are selfless. We had some amazing folks, like all the way up into their C-level, that donated and volunteered their time to be a part of this, and also to help us work with developing our product. But then we actually ended up getting into kind of looking towards machine learning and integrating a high-tech component to our hard tech product. And at the end of it, we ended up getting our first paid project with Google. So it was a really amazing process. And for us, as Carbon Limit, we have a green cement technology, and it turns any concrete into a permanent carbon capture, utilization, and storage solution. So every one of our buildings, roads, bridges, homes can actually sequester and store CO2 actively. which is a big deal because it's the second most used material on the planet behind only water. And it's not going away anytime soon. It's actually increasing in use. So that means it's going to increase in carbon footprint. But I think we kind of jumped in at a really cool point with Carbon Limit, as far as this industry is a very legacy industry. And like most legacy industries, change is usually not welcome nor adopted, nor, and also paid lobbyists to kind of get rid of change and to stop it. And regulations that are trying to get passed are getting kind of stifled from the fact that a company that's going to lose money because someone like Carbon Limit is coming out there trying to affect change and even working with those companies to help decarbonize them. It is maybe, taking some market share or scaring their profits or their, potential business. But what was really cool is last October, right before COP26, I think the Cement and Concrete Association knew they were going to be on the chopping block. So they made the biggest industry commitment to date, which was going net zero by 2050, which everyone really needs to go net zero by 2050. But another big one was they also added on 25% carbon footprint reduction by 2030. Since last October, we've been so grateful and blessed that a lot of the biggest cement and concrete companies in the world have actually come to us to ask us to pilot the proof of concept, to potentially do business and to do all this other stuff, which was really, really cool and really, really rare that, you have customers coming after you. So we were, we felt at that point, that was just really cool validation that we are certainly doing, I think what's right and what's really being sought out after today. I'll share my screen real quick, and I know I'm short on time, so I'll just make it short and sweet. Just so everyone can kind of understand a little bit about what it is, because it's an invisible problem we're solving. But again, looking to decarbonize this world, starting with the concrete industry, and 1 ton of cement, which most people think cement and concrete are the same, but 1 ton of cement can create about 1 ton of CO2 pollution, and the cement is actually the glue that holds the concrete together. So this is why we came up with our technology. It's called Capturecrete. And Capturecrete is an additive that you put into any concrete, and it gives it the ability to capture and store CO2 pollution directly from the air. How does it work? Capturecrete is added to concrete in the road, and once the road is paved, it actually acts like a magnet for CO2, and it pulls CO2 directly out of the air into the concrete where it's molecularly bonded, so it kind of absorbs it into it, and then in the concrete, the Capturecrete chemically reacts it to turn it into a solid mineral. So we're effectively turning CO2 pollution from the air into concrete. And what was really cool is that we're actually improving the performance of concrete. And this is making the invisible a little more visible. This is a standard piece of concrete on the left. Capturecrete was at 6% here and 30% here for a cement replacement. And this purple area shows little to no CO2 captured and mineralized into the concrete, into standard concrete, which is typical because standard concrete really slowly recarbonizes some of the CO2 that it creates. But in ours, at 6%, almost all of this, the non-purple areas show a substantial amount of CO2 from the air that has been mineralized and stored permanently into the concrete. Even if you grind this back down, you won't release it. The only way to release CO2 in this state is by incinerating the concrete, which we don't really do so much anymore. And this is a complete carbonization. So really cool results are lower carbon footprint, improving the performance. It actually makes it stronger and gives it self-healing properties to make it last longer, and then turns it into a permanent carbon capture and storage solution. Actually giving developers, the Department of Transportation, the Googles of the world, and other companies that develop concrete products and projects, the ability to generate carbon credits by just using a simple additive. Yeah, Google was one of our first projects with Minnesota DOT. We've been winning some really cool competitions around the world, giving us some really great exposure, and really grateful for all that. And we just have an incredible team. Some of my team came over from our previous climate tech company, and everybody on our team, from our immediate team to our board members and advisors, are super mission driven. And I think that really makes a big impact too, because you're really driven on mission versus money, and decisions get made a different way, and the energy and how you do things, and it almost doesn't feel like work the way that we do. So it's just really great to be able to share this with everybody, and just to be able to connect with everyone. As far as any help, if anyone has any precast companies, cement or concrete companies that are looking to add a carbon capturing element, and to also tell a really cool story, because what's cooler than, hey, this building is removing as much CO2 as 20,000 trees do in an entire year, just because we use this capturecrete from Carbon Limit. I think that's the other thing. We're able to really elicit a huge and impactful story for our customers. And a lot of them are looking for it. There's a big customer demand now for lower carbon footprint materials, carbon capture, carbon reduction. I mean, I think we all see that and have an idea of that as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much for being here, and for the work you're doing. And this is some of the important pieces of the puzzle that we need to replace the materials that build our world with ones that actually serve it rather than cause harm. So really grateful. There was a question in the chat, and Donna had a question, but I'm going to ask for folks to, if you want to continue that conversation, to do so in the chat. And if Tim, if you have some time to stick around and answer some of those questions in the chat, that'd be great. But I want to move to our next speaker, Gregory Landoa from Regen Networks, who's doing some really inspiring work, leveraging technology and the blockchain to bring better insight into regeneration, and he'll speak much more deeply to it. So Gregory, great to have you here. Welcome.
Thanks, Elliot. Hello, everyone. Nice to see some familiar faces and names, and yeah, really grateful to get a chance to share here. I'm just kind of airdropping in. Is a norm to just to sort of like do a dialogue, or would you like me to present something more formal?
It's the time is yours. So whatever feels most aligned. I'd love for folks to learn about Regen Networks and what you're doing. And then if you want to take time for dialogue, we'd love that as well.
Great. Well, so starting at the top, what we're building at Regen Network is really we would consider a new institution type. So what we're aiming for is to realign economic incentives with ecological health, function, and regeneration. In order to do that, of course, you need an apparatus that people can agree on ecological health, function, and regeneration claims. The closest thing we have in our current world is something like Verra or Gold Standard, the carbon registries that people refer to in order to create some semblance of trust in voluntary carbon markets. However, those institutions are really coming from the past in a moment where we need some pretty radical new approaches, we believe. So we've built a public blockchain that the entire chain itself is purpose-built in order to be the ledger of record for ecological claims, data, and the creation of ecological assets. So that means we're very focused on governance, we're very focused on data integrity, we're very focused on sort of creating digital on-chain processes for scientific peer review. And really some of the aims that we're shooting for are to create replicability of claims underpinning any specific ecological asset. So just imagine a world in which if somebody is generating a carbon credit, you could actually replicate 100% of the science that's underpinning that credit claim. That's really what we're aiming for, to be able to achieve that level of sort of decentralized scientific rigor across the board. We're also aiming to really be quite radical in the inclusion of stakeholders. So each standard credit class that is entering into the market can sort of self-govern, right? So if particular stakeholders would like to, say, be working on a smallholder agroforestry credit class, they can assemble both the land stewards who are involved and the off-takers and the scientific bodies that are needed in order to verify and sort of generate legitimacy into a standards council that is specific to that credit. So to date, we've built and launched the public blockchain, which has the functionality to mint and deploy eco credits to govern those standards, has on-chain data anchoring and signing functionality. And the next network upgrade we're going through here before the end of the year, which is Regen Ledger 5.0, will bring in some pretty advanced specific governance capability to really evolve this, for instance, specific standards governance around a credit class. We also have integrated into this sort of origination stack, the origination of these assets and what needs to happen in order to create a digital asset that has metadata that represents accurately who is saying what about where, using what data and what methodology. Also, we have an integrated marketplace so that actors can, in a peer-to-peer marketplace without intermediation, directly list those assets for offtake. Taking a step back, I would just like to comment that, you know, at the end of the day, I think we at Regen Network, some of our biases are twofold. One is carbon tunnel vision isn't going to get us there, right? This really fundamentally, this is about ecological function, ecological health, and ecological regeneration. It isn't about simply carbon removal or simply balancing sort of the respiration and inhalation of the biosphere, human economy, and larger than human world. It's really about biodiversity, resilience, ecological integrity at the end of the day. From our perspective. So we really focus there. So we actually have a whole suite of credit classes focused on biodiversity coming in Q1. If anybody's going to be in Montreal, I'll be there presenting with some of the folks that are building those credit classes for COP15. So very excited about that. Awesome. Yeah, we're overdue, John, for an in-person. So that'd be a lot of fun. So let's see. In conclusion, there's a marketplace live, right? So there are living, I believe we're currently the only sort of Web3 native registry and marketplace that has eco credits live that have gone through, for instance, external peer review in order to make it into the marketplace and sort of like have this scaffolding of rigor built around it. And again, that's we're building that natively into the blockchain software. And I could kind of go on a whole sort of tangent around, you know, my perception of what the essence of blockchain is. I think it's quite poorly understood and definitely very poorly represented in mainstream media. But you know, I'm happy to kind of have a dialogue around that and sort of double click, like why, you know. Another sort of non-linear or non sequitur here is my background is not as a, you know, I'm not your classical tech bro, I guess. My background is, you know, I came from doing smallholder agroecology, permaculture, and landscape scale regeneration work for my career up until founding Regen Network. So my frustration with the financial certification and monetary instruments that we have available at this moment to fund and monitor and make agreements about ecological health is really what spurred the founding and the creation of Regen Network and our honing in on specifically public blockchain technology as a transformative institution type, in which we're leveraging digital tools to build new institutions that fit stakeholder needs. And I would include in the stakeholders that we're looking out for, planet Earth, watersheds, landscapes themselves. So I'm going to take a pause there. That was my attempt to, in like less than 10 minutes, just sort of like do the full round of what we're building. I think it's probably much more fun to get into a little bit of dialogue and see what people would like to really double click on.
Thank you. Please, if anyone has questions, please chime in, and really appreciate Gregory being here, because part of the purpose of this event is not only to highlight the work of so many who are doing great work, but also to expose those in the impact world who aren't necessarily exposed to Web3 and the power of the blockchain to it, because we feel it can really amplify. And so I would invite anyone, particularly those in the green spaces, to speak up and ask or pick Gregory's brain or make some comments. So while we're inviting that, Gregory, I'd guess a few of the things I'm curious about are, one, what are some of the biggest challenges you're facing in getting to the next level, and what are some ways folks here might be able to help?
It's a great question. I think we face two significant headwinds. Headwind one is just the larger fear, uncertainty, and doubt, or I would maybe even, pull in Hunter S. Thompson, fear, loathing, uncertainty, and doubt that currently is permeating the world's perspective of, in quotes, crypto, and that's important to call out, and it's a real thing. I am pretty alarmed at the sort of like blasé media reaction to the recent FTX fraud that's perpetuated a systemic meltdown in the sort of like in the financial side of the blockchain crypto industry. And like you have big media institutions like the New York Times sort of shrugging their shoulders and being like, yeah, no big deal, and inviting him to come to their gatherings and stuff. And meanwhile, you have people who are building sort of applied open source cryptographic tools like Tornado Cash getting put in jail. So you have these two things where the institutional reaction to fraud versus like building, a tool that allows people to have privacy around on-chain transactions. It's just it's a very interesting moment we're living in which the broader narrative, and I think unfortunately, the institutional, so I sort of speak to that because the primary markets at this moment for carbon credits and other ecological assets, by and large, are corporates with zero carbon commitments, by 2030 or 2050. Who are buying carbon removals or avoided emission credits in the voluntary market. That's like the primary marketplace. At the same time, those folks, the way that their buying behavior is very, I guess I would say, conservative. People the last thing that they want to do is have a hot press take on some fraudulent purchase associated with greenwashing. So that creates a very interesting circumstance where people are very conservative about their purchasing conventions and decision making, and it's ironic because there's also a set of it leads decision makers to make a set of purchasing decisions that I think if you step back and you have an understanding of carbon cycles and you have an understanding of the science involved, probably are not actually very aligned with the reality of the goals that they're making. However, they're aligned with sort of like the kind of like status quo narrative conservatism. So that's a big headwind, like breaking through that and trying to get people to embrace this sort of don't trust, verify ethos, which I think is actually a healthy part of the blockchain industry. Right? Where it's just sort of like, actually at the end of the day, this is the show me generation of carbon markets. We want you to be able to show us the data. We want to know who is saying what about where, using what data, what methodology, what's the uncertainty associated with the claims that are involved. All of that should be rigorously and transparently reported in a way that is far above and beyond what's currently sort of accepted at as the market norms. And there really is not an efficient way to achieve that level of rigor without some form of distributed ledger involved, where counterparties who do not trust each other have data integrity guarantees underlying what is being said. So you have to have some semblance of that. Otherwise, you have to just like trust an institution. And we're at this point in history where, again, institutional trust for a variety of reasons is low. So we're sort of trying to break that and rebuild social consensus through this process. I see Forrest has his hand up. I'd love to hear Forrest's comments or questions.
Sure. Hi, Gregory, and thank you. And it is really more of a comment and an appreciation. You know, one of the things in getting to know Regen Network over the last several years is really the infrastructure development and how much time it really takes to do that. In the area of agriculture, basically all agriculture is local or bioregional. And so one of the things that Regen Network that I really appreciate is both the scientific rigor that Gregory was just talking about, but additionally creating it so that we're going to have this flourishing of brands that turn around and can emerge with the biodiversity or the ecosystem services that are really being developed as a result of the soil, as a result of regenerative agriculture and such as this. That is not something that I see really available out in the market anyplace else. So I just wanted to add that comment.
Awesome. Thanks, Forrest. I'm just looking to see if there's other comments here in the chat briefly.
Jedediah had a question. How do you make the interface and technology more accessible to lay people?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, I mean, it's always a struggle, right? Public blockchains and public-private key technology requires a certain level of responsibility for managing private keys, which is a very different paradigm of user responsibility and user interfaces than we're accustomed to with sort of a Web 2, where where essentially there's an administrator, whether it's Twitter or Google, who can sort of like reissue your account. And, there's a sort of like a threshold of engagement that people have to go over. There's a lot of big things coming out to make that easier, social technologies where you can sort of spread keys across a number of different entities. I'd also say primarily our approach to that is to integrate with existing applications and just serve as the ledger of record and kind of like this underlying infrastructure. So we're not trying to be like everything for everybody. What we're trying to do is create a ledger of record for ecological health claims, right? That has the appropriate tooling and APIs and data management and standards governance tools. And we actually assume people are going to be interfacing with us through Hilo. They're going to be interfacing through Discord. They're going to be interfacing through a variety of different apps like our partners at Open Team are developing. A lot of stuff is going to happen, sort of like behind the scenes, where people are more accustomed to be engaging, and it'll happen kind of on the back end that we're sort of trying to build that deeper infrastructure layer.
So you see yourselves more as the behind the scenes, integrating more with the other impact orgs rather than the layperson per se. And I just on the same thread, it seems like it's a question of onboarding or introducing and educating people versus necessarily having it be a hyper easy to integrate with or use technology for the average person.
It's maybe a little bit of both and. Like, obviously, what we want to achieve interfaces that make it very simple, right? And it's not right now. Like, if you go to app.region.network, you need to have a crypto wallet. You need to be able to integrate, and that's phase one, right? Soon there'll be Stripe integrations and other sort of like making it much easier for people to just, normal retail credit purchasers or corporations to just integrate. But step one was to create the foundation with that kind of like level of integrity from our perspective, where you're sort of building in the structure of like really just deep rigor, where we're assuming that people, like institutions, like a credit producer and a credit buyer have different interests, and they need a infrastructure that allows them to express their interests without necessarily fully trusting each other, right? So that's why we do things kind of the hard way. Like Web3 is actually much harder to develop in as a paradigm. It's also harder for users to engage with, but that friction opens up a lot of design possibilities in terms of what the institution, if you consider a blockchain an institution, a digital institution, how it can look after a broader and more diverse set of stakeholders' interests, right? So yeah, it's, we're sort of like starting with this sort of sense, would consider it a reference design, right? We're building a reference design so that people can see what it looks like to have a new digital institution type that is allowing people to do some sense making together around ecological state as the primary thing we're concerned with, and make agreements about it, and then progressively automate that process. And as that automation occurs, it becomes simpler and simpler for human, users and institutional users to interface with it, because it becomes quicker and quicker.
Is that kind of like, sorry to interrupt here, but kind of like saying once they cross the Rubicon of that friction, the value on the other side is so huge. So it is restating this onboarding thing about, the task now is how to reach people sort of beyond the way, let's say, as you referred to the media portrayal, what are we replacing that with? And I think what's relevant to everybody here in figuring out whatever that is, I would say from my worldview, is how to emphasize the governance aspect of blockchain. That's
Totally.
very revealing to people who know nothing about blockchain in some testing we've done. When they hear that, they're more safely curious rather than fearful that they're missing out on something that's money related, which puts a lot of...
Exactly. That's right. And that shift from, sort of like hyper speculative to, what's the underlying utility? Like, why are people interested in this? It's very important, right? And I think, as you look through, if you take some time to look through our messaging, if anything, we're very sort of like muted, it related to some of our competitors or sort of like sort of Web3 colleagues, I guess I would say. And from my perspective, there's this key misapprehension that's out there, like, how I would describe blockchain technology fundamentally is social computing, right? You have a network of computers that are maintaining consensus about state, what they're maintaining consensus about something. In the case of Region Network, they're maintaining consensus about ecological state data, standards, and the assets that generates, right? That's what we're maintaining consensus about. There are humans and institutions running the computers that maintain that consensus. In the case of Bitcoin, just a moment, Elliot, I'll finish this up. In the case of Bitcoin, it's simpler. Those computers that are running the Bitcoin network, for better or worse, however we want to conceive of the efficiency and whatever, but they're maintaining consensus about a ledger, simply a ledger of transactions, right? But fundamentally, that's social. It's not, the individuals benefit from it. And that's why sort of like libertarians love that. But it's a social process. You opt into that as a community, and you're generating network consensus about something that everybody who's participating in that network finds valuable for some reason. And to me, that's the essence of blockchain technology. And that's a very contrarian take to, I think, how it oftentimes gets expressed. But it's sort of, I think, really core to what's really going on, and ultimately why it's compelling and exciting.
Appreciate that. And I wish we had the time to dig deeper. And again, when we have our event in person, we'll have multiple stages and plenty of space for a lot more dialogue. But Gregory, thank you so much for being here. And Daniel, thank you for the prompt. I want to be mindful we're moving on to Marianne and Forrest from Planetary Care. And for anyone who did have further questions, please add them in the chat. And Gregory had mentioned the climate event in Montreal. A number of us are going to be there. So we're going to arrange a get together. So please feel free to reach out if you'd like. But with that, big fan of Marianne and Forrest and what they're doing. So please take the stage.
Thank you, Elliot. And thank you for having us. I am Marianne Wine. Our co-founder and CEO of Forest Lighthouse and I would like to give you a few insights into what we're up to at Planetary Care. So I've been with Planetary Care for 2 years now as Chief Operating Officer. Forest founded Planetary Care in 2018. So we're just going to focus on a few things in the brief time we have today. One is the novel enterprise that we're building and some of the important work we're doing to promote regenerative agriculture. So Planetary Care's massive transformative purpose is to build planetary resilience through regeneration. So at Planetary Care, we actually stand for the living soil. We are focused on shifting global agriculture from the extractive and exploitative chemical industrial agriculture system that is very pervasive today to a regenerative model. We need to go back to the regenerative farming practices that prioritize soil health, human health, community, and planetary health. You want to switch the slide for us? So Forest envisioned 4 years ago a very novel organization. I was attracted to this vision and I was excited to help, and I'm still excited to help operationalize this vision. So we have been and will continue to do so for a long time, a lot of important internal work as individuals and as a team in order to operationalize this vision. We could talk to you a whole other hour just about that, but I'll just give you a few headlines and then we can always talk more another time. So we're basically a legal blend between a low profit and a nonprofit enterprise that's focused on social good. And because we are a low profit, we can organize as a multi-stakeholder cooperative. So we are member owned and member governed as this multi-stakeholder cooperative. So our constitution and our whole org structure is founded on sociocracy, which is a very decentralized governance model. And we are very deeply rooted in our values and are currently working really hard to clarify what our values are and what they actually mean in action. Sounds simple, but it's very important internal work that we're doing, which is kind of, go slow to go fast later. We are also an exponential organization. We have a teal and a starfish org structure, which is a very exciting and novel approach as well. We are also building a syntropic enterprise as opposed to the all too common entropic enterprises of our time. So we want to and will leave everything better. And I'll pass it on to Forrest to talk a little bit more about the important work we are doing right now. Forrest? You're on mute.
I'm the mute here. Yeah, thank you, Mariana, for that. And at this stage, as a result of the last 4 years of really doing a lot of capacity building and having developed relationships with a wide range of the organizations that are really involved with committing to try to make a change in the agriculture system, which is really, as we all know here, has been running us right off a cliff relative to the use of chemicals and all the rest of that. So right now we're in the process of preparing for a crowdfunding that we're doing to launch these 3 different portfolio areas. that we've really seen are missing in the field. So the first one is really recognizing that what we have to do is coalesce together the people that are very committed to regenerative agriculture. All agriculture is really taking place on a local basis and a bioregional basis. And the mechanisms to be able to make that bioregional food ecosystem thrive have largely been taken away with the consolidation of agriculture over the period of time. So we're launching the Soil First Industry Association as both a bioregional association, very likely in the Pacific Northwest for the first one, where we have an awful lot of relationships, as well as a global organization that is linking together the hundreds of different organizations we're currently connected with. We will do that in partnership with actually an association management company that runs many associations behind the scenes for that right now and covers that heavy lifting. We cover the branding, and we cover and bringing in all the experts and the kind of training and education that's really needed. The second area is really a grants agency. And that we've been asked, and we're able to support a number of different farmers in terms of applying for grants that they just really wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. Two of which that we're waiting for right now, as many may know, the USDA has made a significant commitment to try to accelerate what's called climate smart agriculture, where you can turn around and actually prove the fact through a third party that you're doing agriculture in a method that is reducing carbon quite significantly. They initially announced in February $1 billion. In September, they came out with $2.8 billion, so that was wonderful. And we're waiting for the second cohort of a couple different farmers of $5 million grants that we were able to make happen for them by being able to bring in about 8 to 10 different companies into each one of those, with 47% in one case and 46% in another case going to disadvantaged communities located in Arizona or Mississippi. So this is an area that we're seeing that finally the elephant in the room of climate impact agriculture is starting to be recognized by both federal, state levels, NGOs, and private organizations as well. Then the third portfolio area that we're also beginning and lifting is what we call an innovation agency. As you've heard earlier from Mimi and Tim and Gregory and Tyler, just to name just a few that have shown just in these early minutes, we have a lot of solutions out there. But the challenge of being able to get adoption of those solutions is very significant. And so within this, then we turn around and we partner with organizations like Friends of Family Farmers or the Grange or food hubs and things like this, and bring solutions to their members that are going to both improve the ability to transition to regenerative agriculture, either through financing, through inputs, through platforms, other types of things like this. And then also really helps to grow those particular organizations. So that's kind of the very quick overview wanted to share, and we'll just pause now and happy to answer any questions that people have.
So I guess where I would start, and please, anyone who's here, feel free to chime in. What do you need? What will help you get to the next level in your work?
Yeah, thank you. And we're one of the things that we've really engaged in, and we want to continue to engage in, which is the building of what we call social capital. So we're very much looking to connect with organizations, whether you do have a solution that relates to agriculture. It's been very exciting to see about these today. Reach out to us. We're also getting ready to go into a hiring process. So if this is something that appeals to you and you're looking at participating with an organization such as ours, please feel free to go to our website. We have an opportunity in a forum to be able to share with us a little bit about your interests and backgrounds and things of that nature. Coming into the first quarter of next year, watch your emails through Global Unity and others, and we'll be announcing our crowdfunding that's happening. You know, we've actually connected with folks that said the $1 million that you're raising, it can probably be gotten from one party or another. We're really much more interested in having a lot of different people being able to participate at $250 or $500, whatever that might be in terms of the particular crowdfunding, because it is going to take a lot of ambassadors to share, that turn around and give us the input of who are the communities that are actually ready to want to adopt and really look at pulling together to bring in these innovative solutions.
Go ahead, Donna.
Hi, I put some things in the chat, and I'm just really, really glad that you brought up the whole subject of governance, and that you're well on the road around an alternative form of governance that kind of opens up the doors around a more robust ecosystem. And as you can see, you know, we're on that path as well. Graham Boyd, I believe, will be speaking later. At least I think he's signed up to do so. So we are a legally incorporated Fair Shares Commons, and the journey that we embarked on was quite remarkable, because it really helped us really think our strategy through. And we discovered it's not as complex and complicated as people might think. It's a journey, and it's you know, and I hear you describe it in the same way. I'm already connected with you guys. So I think I am connected with both of you on LinkedIn, and we ought to talk more about ways that build bridges between all these ecosystems to be doing some things, because our work is around bringing multiple parties and initiatives together to amplify the impact that we have, to pool more funds towards smaller projects that are struggling. I mean, there's all kinds of good stuff going on. Many of them are just scraping to get by. So I think we've got many of these things at heart. And so we also have to figure out the ways that we collaborate, those of us that are already on this path, as opposed to staying siloed in our own ecosystems as well, because that can happen so easily. And I see you, John Schul, smiling in terms of been there, done that. I mean, these are the things that we observe over and over again. These are some of the breakthroughs I think we're going to make. We have to. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, Donna. And, you know, one of the philosophies that we've taken is that these solutions are really out there, and their technologies, whether they're human technologies or digital technologies, they're out there. So it is all about the collaboration. I will mention, in terms of one of the other things that's on the roadmap and coming up, is really the lifting of this amazing work of Monica Sharma. She was with the UN for over 35 years, developed radical transformative leadership, and was able to sustainably create solutions at the local area that really lasted, solving some of the most difficult problems in the world. Now, she's a medical doctor, so it hadn't really got into agriculture. So we're setting up to turn around and offer that training here coming this summer and fall. To really open up, and it'll be with focus in the Pacific Northwest, really Cascadia, Northern California through British Columbia, and bringing together probably about 20 different organizations with 2 to 3 people from each of the organizations over a month period of really kind of, again, coalescing these efforts together.
Yeah, that coalescing is really vital, and I was happy for Donna to mention John's work. I'm excited for everyone to hear from him later and see the map that he's developed. And to that end, just on that point of mapping out everything we're doing, I'm going to reshare what Jen had sent earlier. If you want to add yourself through the second link to the attendees knowledge graph that we're developing for the event, please feel free. And so let's see how we're doing for time. We've only got a minute or two What's the best way for folks here, if you want to leave anything in the chat, to keep in touch or stay connected and offer their support?
Great. We'll drop our contact information and it's planetarycare.org. And anything you'd like to add in our last minute or two, Mariana?
No, I just want to thank Donna for pointing out that we all need to get together. I mean, we're going through such a learning curve, and it's so exciting, and we really want to share what we're doing because it's such important work for to actually have the impact we want to have. So yeah, I mean, we should do more of this sharing and at a much deeper level, for sure.
Totally.
Thank you, Elliot.
Yeah, thank you both.
Thank you.
Again, please leave your contact info and best ways to keep in touch in the chat. With that, we're going to move to Trent Navaran from Save Soil, Sadhguru's global movement of folks working to protect the earth and protect soil. So want to welcome Trent.
Thank you so much, Elliot. It's great to be here. Appreciate the opportunity to speak about this effort that's been underway this year, and would love to just share an overview of what we're doing, what we've accomplished, and where we're going next. So I'll just share my screen if that's possible. There we go. Is everyone able to see this slide, Save Soil? Okay, stellar. So this overview will basically present what has become the world's largest ecological movement related to soil regeneration. And it was kicked off earlier this year with an epic journey across over 24 countries by a spiritual leader as well as a well-known environmentalist. I think a lot of us in this kind of context, in this group, would be familiar with soil degradation and the many challenges that can cause for humanity. And this movement, organized by a nonprofit called Conscious Planet, basically sought to galvanize public attention as well as mobilize governments to design the necessary policies to safeguard, restore, protect soil. So this was launched by Sadhguru, who is a yogi, a mystic, a visionary, a New York Times bestselling author, and someone who's taken environmental action for a number of decades now. And this was a way of scaling his work, his vision globally. And the vision was to basically touch 60% of the world's electorate, so that the governments across the world would realize that this is something where there is willpower, where there is genuine concern. So that was the vision, which was kind of put together right around December of last year. And then we spent quite a bit of time coming up with the strategy, the communications, this tour to kind of raise awareness in nearly 27 countries. For those who may have some exposure to the topic, I'll just share very quickly, why should we care about soil and soil extinction? There's a number of statistics out there that show that over half the world's soil is already degraded. I'm referring specifically to agricultural soil, which of course sustains our lives. And the projections are quite concerning that by 2050, 90% of Earth's soil could be degraded. So why does this matter beyond even food? It can worsen flooding. It can cause civil unrest because of food shortages. Soil is known to be a very powerful carbon sink. So there's absolutely a global warming and climate change aspect to soil degradation. So this is kind of what the movement is trying to address. We want people to be aware of the problem and then paint a very clear picture of what the solution can be. So what does it take to actually restore the world's agricultural soil? We've had the privilege of collaborating with top soil scientists, microbiologists from around the world. And the answer is very simple. You need to add organic content back into the soil. And you can accomplish that with plant litter or animal waste. And when you do that, you empower farmers across the world, you halt the rise of CO2 in the atmosphere, you improve crop production, so on and so forth. So finding a way to increase organic content in soil is vital now more than ever. Why is a spiritual leader from India taking this up as a cause, and why is his foundation involved with this? Well, you can imagine as people who maybe meditate or have some kind of well-being practice, you can only come to that stage of self-empowerment and inner thriving when basic needs are taken care of. So it's always been a pragmatic viewpoint of Sadhgurus that without addressing economy, ecology, education, these, a higher level of well-being is quite far away. So over the years, there have been mass tree planting campaigns to reverse desertification in southern India. There's been a movement across the entire subcontinent to revitalize rivers. We've worked with over 125,000 farmers on agroforestry, and we ended up setting the Guinness World Record for the most saplings planted in a day. So environmental action is something that Sadhguru and this volunteer network of over 17 million volunteers have been involved with for quite some time. This is kind of an overview of what's been happening since 1998, which I could come back to if there's interest. Something that I think is important is, of course, making this a people's movement. It's one thing to work with governments. It's one thing to have public partnerships with philanthropists, corporations, but fundamentally, this was always sought to be something that awakens the world's population to the threat of soil extinction. And something that has positioned our platform uniquely is the fact that through our outreach, through our meditation and yoga programs, through other forms of environmental initiatives, we've created quite a large audience on social media. And through various programs and conferences and forums, we've had the chance to create a really great set of collaborators who come from spiritual backgrounds, arts and entertainment backgrounds, sports backgrounds, of course, UN agencies, so on and so forth. So that's really helped us get the word out to different audiences. We have had the chance to collaborate with UN agencies, World Food Program, FAO, and that, of course, adds credibility and adds just a certain sharpness to what we are trying to accomplish with all the collective expertise that exists. I know that SDGs are a key part of this gathering and kind of keeping an eye on how to best align SDGs. There are 12 of them that kind of soil regeneration could very easily be connected with. What made this so unique is that a 65-year-old spiritual leader from southern India embarked on a 30,000 kilometer journey across all these countries in the Europe, Middle East, and finally India. And while at a first look, it kind of seems like a publicity stunt, it was also a way of someone just standing up and saying, I'm willing to stake my life and go on something that, anyone who motorcycles knows 30,000 kilometers over 100 days, that's not a joyride. That's not necessarily fun. It's actually backbreaking. So it was a way of kind of standing up and saying, this is what I'm willing to do to bring attention to this issue. What are you willing to do? And it helped mobilize hundreds of thousands of volunteers and other people who weren't previously connected with Sadhguru and his work. There was music launched to bring awareness to soil degradation. There were all sorts of events with government officials, with celebrities, with social media influencers, with farmers, with activists. It was really beautiful to see it unfold. And what happened over the course of March, April, May, June was signing a vast number of MOUs. So basically working with governments to agree, at least symbolically, that there would be an effort to collaborate and form policies that would help regenerate and protect soil for generations to come. So, over the last 4 or 5 months, over 81 nations have expressed their support, many of which have actually signed MOUs and are in active collaboration with Conscious Planet to create soil-friendly policies. Definitely helped to have the support of Trevor Noah and Joe Rogan back in March. That gave millions of additional people awareness about the issue. We've also had coverage from the likes of The Guardian and other eminent media channels. where we are now, we've collaborated with many different countries, and we had an independent analytics firm look at the sum total number of impressions across social media, conventional media, so on and so forth. And we were amazed to see that it hit 3.91 billion projected individuals. So the reach is something that we were just absolutely thrilled to see. The collaboration with various government agencies has been really solid. And then the media coverage on TV, news and beyond has been really strong. So in that sense, we have accomplished what we wanted from an awareness raising campaign. But where we're going now is actual, on the ground collaborations with various countries to secure, plots of land where we can collaboratively demonstrate sustainable soil management techniques and actually empower farmers in those countries to restore soil and specifically elevate the organic content to above 3%. That's kind of the minimum where you go from sand to actual live soil. And then anything above that can be very, very beneficial for the crops that are planted, nutritional value, so on and so forth. So it's wonderful to be able to present this to all of you. I would love to have questions, ideas, ways of collaborating. Right now we're really trying to demonstrate the power of regenerative farming and the importance of bringing soil organic content to a higher percentage. So anything that this forum has in terms of technologies, in terms of fundraising ideas, we want to raise the necessary funds to kind of meet governments halfway. So if they're, especially governments that don't have large budgets allocated for this type of work, if we're able to match their investment in regenerative agriculture, that could be a game changer. So thanks again, Elliot, for giving us the chance to present this, and would welcome any questions.
Thank you so much for being here, and I hope you can stick around for some of the other presentations, because the little later today, I think at maybe our next presentation, Neil Spackman has done incredible work to turn desert land even into lush green. Joe Brewer, who was supposed to speak today but is now speaking on Sunday, has done also incredible work in the space. A lot of the folks in the room as well. And so one of the things, and John Shull, who I believe is still here, has created a map of eco projects across the world. And so what we're trying to do with this event is not only celebrate the work of the change makers that we're honored to have here, but to, as you're kind of inviting, to connect them together and to create knowledge sharing. So a few, and I really want to highlight that having Sadhguru, who is such a well-known name behind Save Soil, does so much, because many of us in various aspects of impact spaces have recognized the importance of reaching the public, and so it's incredible to hear about how much you all have done, been effective at that, and that's a big part of the Global Unity strategy. I'd love to connect elsewise, so I'm not taking up too much time here, so I'll reach out otherwise. But for anyone else, please chime in with any questions or comments, or Trent, if you had any reflections on any of what I just shared.
Yeah, very much resonate with it, Elliot. Would love to be in touch to find out how to touch base with other people. I'll try to stick on as long as possible. I'm currently in India, so it's approaching 10:30 p.m. But I really love the kind of community that's been built here, and would love to connect with other people who are passionate about this space and are working to prove it out on the ground.
Right on. I guess the thing, while we're leaving space for others to chime in, I guess an important question is, how can we help? Of course, we'll try to connect you with those who are, we'll say, the soil experts, but what are some other ways folks in the room and those listening afterwards might be able to help or support?
Definitely. So, I think it's important to keep the momentum going with citizens from across the world. I think when the actual motorcycle journey was going on, people were very much involved on social media and kind of raising their voices, using the hashtag of Save Soil. But now that that's kind of completed, we are looking for ways to keep people focused on this. December 5th happens to be World Soil Day. So we're doing a pretty significant campaign riding on the energy and enthusiasm of FIFA. So I think finding ways to kind of maintain public awareness is really vital. I'd love to have people's ideas on that. We have been approached by many people who are looking to connect Web3 with this work. So, creating maybe a way of incentivizing people to be active and to raise their voices about soil, and maybe rewarding them with NFTs or doing fundraisers that involve digital art. So there has been a Web3 component that has come to our attention in the last few months. And then, there are many different technologies that we're keen to learn about. So people are developing testing kits and sensors to kind of evaluate and measure soil health and organic content in near real time. So I think there's so many different elements to this, whether it's technology, whether it's fundraising, whether it's kind of public mobilization. So I think these are all areas, given how diverse the skill set is here in this room, we would be more than happy to learn about ideas and ways of connecting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, later today, towards the end of the day, we have another gent who has soil innovation that is very, very exciting. And you spoke of Web3. We just had Gregory Landua from Regen Networks. I'm not sure if you're already in touch, but make that connection. And so have a few minutes left. So please, if there's anyone who had questions, and we just had Forrest and Marianne from Planetary Care share, and they're doing some brilliant work around soil as well. So please feel free to chime in. And then I saw a few comments in the chat as well. John was asking for the millions of Save Soil projects. If there's any kind of database, he's creating a really incredible map of eco projects globally, and so it'd be beautiful. I can share it in the chat. Sure.
Wonderful. This is from John. Yes, love to feature Save Soil projects on Big Map to Save the Future. Yeah, would love to learn more about that. I think that's something else. We did quite a bit of filming throughout the entire journey, and we are looking to release a documentary on the work, because of course that's yet another way to reach millions of people and just find ways of engaging them and keeping this cause, this challenge, this possibility on the minds of people. Because governments have to see that there is willpower and interest from their electorate, and this is a kind of issue that takes years, if not decades, to really turn around. So that's the thing that makes it tricky, is that to pass the necessary policies and maintain course, you do need this to be kind of a mass movement.
100%. And that's very much in the spirit of, or the strategy behind what we're doing with Global Unity. I just, since you may not be able to stay for John's talk, I just wanted to show everyone quickly the map that he's developed. So this, I don't know if, there we go. So this is a map. Each of these red dots represents a specific eco project that's happening across the world. And so he's going to go into much more depth, but I think this is an example of the kind of work we need to see what's happening, and then imagine all these orgs knowledge sharing and really learning from each other. That would facilitate some real powerful acceleration of the work that you're doing, that Save Soil is doing, and really everyone else on this. So, hey, there's John. So yeah, just in case you weren't able to join a little later, I wanted to make sure you got to see that, because it's really, really powerful work. And for everyone who's able to stick around, John will again take us into much more depth shortly. And next up, Neil Spackman is actually just entering the room. So I'd love for you to, if you have the time, to stick around and hear some of what he's working on.
Sounds great, Elliot.
Yeah. So
since you just put that up for a minute, let me say that I'm very impressed with all the good work everyone is doing here, even though I've been coming and going from these meetings. If you have multiple sites that you want to put name, description, a picture, and a location into some kind of a tabular form, send it to me. It will go up on the big map, and I'll talk about that more soon.
Stellar. Sounds great, John. Elliot, you're muted.
Thank you. I was just saying thank you. I'm so glad you were able to join, and thank you to Puneet for making the introduction. Really important work you're doing, and I hope that out of today you do get to connect with a lot of the folks in the room and a lot of the change makers that we're connecting with. Neil just mentioned that he'll be back in a minute, so John just pasted in the chat I think a link to the map for anyone who wants to check it out. And John, is there a way from there that folks will be able to add their info?
Yes, there is. There's a button on the top right that says click here to nominate new heroes, and that will give you several options for how to contribute to the map.
Right on.
But
so
a direct email to me if you have data if you have lots of data, there's no need for you to put it into our format. If you give it to me in any structured format, I can write a script.
Beautiful. So, and John, do you then want to put your contact info in the chat so folks can? And while we're waiting for Neil to jump back in, I wanted to share this. I'll share my screen again. Jen just shared. This is very exciting. This is a knowledge graph of all the folks who are in attendance today. And I just pasted a link, or I pasted a link to what we're showing, but Jen, if you could repost the link where if folks in the room want to add their info, you'll be able to see not only the work folks are doing, but the organizations they're connected to and the tracks. Maybe Jen, if you want to, you probably speak much more wisely and eloquently to the purpose. Oh, Neil's back. Perfect.
Hey, folks.
We'll come back to that. Jen just pasted the link. So if you want to hit on the second link, you can add yourself. But thank you again, Trent and Neil. Great to see you. Big fan of your work and excited for folks to learn about it. Neil is one of the Regen Ag superheroes I was most excited about everyone seeing. I first learned about his work watching him spend 8 years in the Saudi desert, turning desert land into lush green. So Neil, please take it away.
Thanks much. Happy to be here. Appreciate the invitation. I was trying to figure out if I could fix it's a snow day where I live, so I have all my kids home from school and I've been relegated to a different space of the house than I typically work in. And I wanted to talk about the kind of the underlying thesis of the company that I run, which is called Regenerative Resources, and talk about the systems we're deploying and a couple of the projects that we're working on. And I want to start with a little bit of philosophy, I guess is the right way to put it. We face two kind of massive sets of problems in the world today and these are broad categories, right? But we think a lot about the environmental problems as a particular set, right? And that can be climate change, soil loss, deforestation, desertification, dead zones in our oceans, biodiversity and habitat loss, ocean acidification, et cetera, and we tend to group those together in a, there's an environmental crisis or there's a climate crisis, and then we have a human set of problems that can span everything from war to famine and drought to inequality, ignorance, et cetera, et cetera. And so we kind of silo these sets of problems, and we in the popular mindset, in the dominant narratives, we do not recognize how inextricably connected these two sets of problems are. And historically, we only ever try to address one set by exacerbating the other, while failing to recognize how connected they are, right? So if we want to address the human set of issues, right? We want to grow an economy, we want to create jobs, we want to tackle poverty. We do it by exacerbating the environmental set of problems, right? We do it by deforesting. We grow food by plowing up prairies, which leads to soil erosion and exacerbated drought flood cycles. And when we want to solve the environmental set, we draw boundaries around areas of land or areas of water and say nobody's allowed to access resources in these places because they're protected, they're conservation. And that exacerbates the human set of issues, because when you have poverty adjacent to conservation, they inevitably conflict with each other. And we've seen that all over the world with all sorts of issues related to poaching or to the loss of endangered species. And so one of the underlying ideas behind the regenerative movement and behind the company that I run is that we will fail to address either of these sets of problems unless we approach them together, because they are inextricably connected, right? We may deforest to grow food, but eventually that land's capacity to grow food becomes so degraded from soil and biodiversity loss that you can't do it anymore. And we see the famines in East Africa today, and we talk about drought and floods, but those are largely a result of poor land management and deforestation, rather than some kind of ethereal catch-all of climate change. And so these things have to be approached together. We have to recognize how connected they are and how circular their effects are on each other. And that's really a fundamental concept behind the work that I do and behind the work that many of us in the regenerative world. The way that we approach this then at Regenerative Resources is, and Regenerative Resources is a for-profit company, but there's a direct connection between ecological function and wealth. All economies depend on functioning ecologies. You cannot have an economy without functioning ecosystems. You can have functioning ecosystems without attached economies. It just means that the resources, all the things that we put value on, aren't explicitly recognized in that functioning ecosystem. But what we're doing at Regenerative Resources is we are deploying seawater-based agroforestry integrated with aquaculture systems on some of the worst and least valued land on the planet. And I'll show you a couple examples if I can bring up a share screen and get to the right tab rather than Zoom. So here's a landscape that we are acquiring. This is in Latin America on the Pacific Ocean. And you can see the salt pans on this land. This is land with no soil, no water, no photosynthesis. It is coastal. The brown here is where a cactus ecosystem kind of emerges. You can see that in between the ocean and that cactus ecosystem, there's this highly degraded, super saline piece of land with really no functioning ecology whatsoever. And what we are doing is we're looking for landscapes like this that we can acquire and transform into functioning agroecologies. All right, so here's what we're going to turn that into with a system that we call RSA, which stands for Regenerative Seawater Agriculture. This is a system that runs on untreated seawater and sunlight as the primary inputs. And what we're doing is we're using fairly conventional aquacultures. In this case, it will be shrimp aquaculture. And instead of dumping the wastewater into the ocean, we will blend it with untreated ocean water and pump it through this system, where we are growing mangrove wetlands, mangrove agroforestry, mangrove coppice, and halophytic agricultures. Halophytic is the scientific term for seawater based. And so there are a number of plants that are adapted to or that just grow well in seawater that have high cropping potential and are largely undeveloped. The one that is most well known is Salicornia. Some of you may have seen it in restaurants under the name of samphire or sea beans. But Salicornia is a crop that grows in seawater that produces, depending on how you grow it, 3 significant inputs to a number of different industries. It can produce an oil, which can be further processed into biofuels. That oil has also been used as a cooking oil. It's also been used as a cosmetics input. It also produces high quality animal fodder that is comparable with corn silage in terms of nutrient. And so there are a number of these halophytic crops that we can grow in tandem with mangroves to begin addressing a number of commodities markets in a way that is regenerative and in a way that uses no fresh water whatsoever. And we're not desalinating this water, we're not treating it. This is seawater ag. This was first done commercially by my partners in Eritrea. And there's if you look up Greening Eritrea on YouTube, you can watch a video that they put together about that project. But in Eritrea, they had a 1,000% increase in bird biodiversity over a 3-year period. They started with 20-something species of bird living on site. 4 years later, they had almost 250. Because this is a mangrove-based agroecology, there is significant carbon sequestration. Because of how this system interacts with the rest of the watershed uphill of us, we actually increase freshwater resources, right? And so whether it's water, biodiversity, carbon, jobs, productivity, food security, or water security, this is a system that addresses all of those on land that nobody puts any value in. There are 15 million hectares globally where we can deploy this system. And there are a number of comparative advantages. Egypt presented our system at COP at their national pavilion 2 weeks ago and announced support for a 10,000 hectare phase 1 project on their Red Sea coast. The reason why Egypt likes this is because they import 85% of all their fodder for their meat and dairy industries. And Egypt, which for thousands of years was the most sustainable civilization on the planet, is now facing salination of the Nile Delta. They are one of the world's largest importers of wheat, which is crazy given that they were the breadbasket of the Roman Empire. And so when we said, look, we can start producing the inputs for your meat and dairy industries at home, you don't have to import anymore. Oh, and by the way, we're not using any fresh water to do it. That's a compelling pitch. It's the reason why they're supporting us and why there's a significant project that is in early stages there. But it's common for much of these other areas of the planet where we can deploy this system. We don't need to go into revenue streams or markets or the numbers, but there's the comparative advantages here come from the fact that this is a circular and regenerative system. The fact that we're using seawater instead of fresh water, the fact that we can increase freshwater resources, increase biodiversity, sequester carbon, while making non-productive land productive, is it's where regenerative systems shine. It is where the comparative advantages can come out the most. And this is, we've spent the last 3.5 years laying the groundwork for our first pipeline of projects. We are currently financing projects in West Africa, Mexico, and Egypt should happen within the next 2 years. But that's a very, very brief overview of what we're doing, of the system that we're deploying and the ideas behind it. And I think given that we only had 20 minutes, I'm going to stop there and we'll have a conversation.
Thank you, Neil. Really glad everyone got to hear from you. If anyone has questions, please feel free to speak up or throw them in the chat. I guess one thing I'd like to, two things. One, if you're not already connected with a few of the folks in the room, many I'd love for you to connect with. We just had Trent speak from Save Soil, Sadhguru's global movement of folks work on soil. I don't know if you're already connected, but was happy he was able to stick around to hear about your work. And what are the things that would help you? How can we, either the folks in the room or the folks listening after the fact, support your work?
Yeah. So our biggest bottleneck right now is finance. We have one project that we're treating more or less as a real estate deal because we can acquire the land there. We have had talks with a number of institutional investors, a number of family offices. We're avoiding venture capital because in general, it's the way venture capital deals are structured are not a great fit for us. But one thing where people are getting hung up is that we don't have a functioning farm currently, right? We have to point to Eritrea and a number of R&D projects that have been done previously. And so if we could put together some kind of recoverable grant or some kind of PRI to build a small scale system, right? Like on a 30 or 40 hectare site, that would pave the way for a lot more investment to come in. So we're talking
that would cost, Neil?
Between 3 and 5 million. Between 3 and 5 million to do a full system. That would be, 3 hectares of shrimp aquaculture, probably 1 million mangrove trees in a variety of different systems, nursery, pumping and power.
In about 2 years?
Yeah, it would take probably a year of permitting and a year of construction, and then year 3 we'd have revenues off of that MVP, sorry.
So Neil, I heard you say, and I salute you, that you're worried about venture capital. But what about accredited investment from, for example, the kind of people who are on this Zoom call?
Yeah, so we're putting together a structure with a family office that's willing to syndicate investments from accredited investors. And if you're interested in that, John, or anyone else listening, please send me a note because I can connect you with that fund, and they're probably putting together a special purpose vehicle for that purpose, hopefully next month. It's something we've been talking about for about 6 months with this fund. They're very interested, they're very committed. It's just been a question of they've been closing another fund and a number of their companies have been going public. So they've been very, very busy. But we do have an offer to syndicate that and kind of bunch together accredited investors who are interested in coming in through that kind of structure.
Great.
I think one thing that is so important in your approach and what you shared is the harmonizing of both the ecological and social aspects.
Yep.
And that's, and I think a lot of us are tuning into the need for a more holistic perspective and approach. Tyler, who shared an incredible tool that can eliminate waste, that also has a not only creates jobs for the communities in which it operates, but that also then has a UBI mechanism tied in to support the community around it.
Yeah. I don't know if we'd go that far. The long-term vision of this is if on a given project we're partnered with indigenous communities, and in our project in West Africa, there's over 15 different indigenous communities we are partnered with. In another one in Mexico, it's 3 fishing villages we're partnered with. The long-term vision is we're partnering with these communities to put together some serious projects, right? We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars on some of these. The long-term vision is, okay, we put this together. There's an investor exit at some point, right? The investors get their returns. They're happy with the money they've made back. And there's an exit, right? Whether through a refinance of a project or through a direct buyout or something. Then the parties on that project are us as regenerative resources and the indigenous communities. In the long run, what we'd like to see is an exit of regenerative resources. And then what is left is a new indigenous economy where the people are stewards of these landscapes. Because what our system does is it enables the restoration of blue ecosystems by directly addressing the causes of degradation, right? And all over the world, we're losing mangroves primarily to agriculture, aquaculture, deforestation for charcoal. Those are the 3 primary reasons. There are secondary reasons related to salinity and sea level rise and other things. But to us, it doesn't make any sense to grow trees unless you address why people are cutting them down in the first place. And that's what our system does. It addresses why people are deforesting. It eliminates the economic imperative to do so, and thus unlocks ecosystem restoration on coastal areas. And so in the end, we see this as a long-term process to create new indigenous systems that can be permanent, that can last for thousands of years, because they don't degrade and they allow for the restoration of surrounding ecologies. That's kind of the long-term vision we have, where there's an investor exit first. At some period, there's a regenerative resources exit, and then you have new indigenous systems functioning, developed through partnerships with these coastal villages.
I'm massive amount of excitement for that approach and philosophy, and that idea of exiting to community is super important, rather than coming in as an extractive, savior of folks supporting the land. I wish you had been able to hear Minnie Jane from Flow Partnership talking about the same philosophy. They've regenerated watersheds. I would love to connect you and both of you with Trent at another point. We are a little over time, so I want to make sure we get a chance to hear from Eric, who I believe is here. Not seeing him on my screen, but I did see him in the chat. Eric, you with us? There we go. Yeah, big fan. And before we pass to Eric, I think I wish we had all gotten it. I hope we can come Sunday to hear from Joe Brewer, who runs Earth Regenerators, which is a thousands of people strong network of folks learning to live more regeneratively. And as much as we need the important work that folks like Neil and Minnie are doing, and Joe, to regenerate ecosystems, we also need to bring that back home to teach folks how to bring that into their daily lives, which is something that Joe is doing and Eric is working on in a really powerful way. But I'll let him get into it. Eric, welcome. Great to see you.
Thanks for having me, Elliot. I appreciate the opportunity to have a voice on the platform here. Wow, it's overwhelming in a good sense, isn't it? I'm blown away by the passion and talent and intention in these spaces. I mean, Neil's project too. Neil, we need to talk, brother. So I'm here to present myself. If it's cool, I'll just jump into it and then open the floor for general conversation afterwards. So I'll share my screen. I cobbled together a quick presentation this morning. Hopefully let's see here. Oops. There we go. Can you see this? Great. So I put this little statement together today because it speaks to the greater group of people that I'm meeting, in particular the last 30 days. I am not fearful. I am hopeful. I am not sorrowful. I am joyful. I am not hateful. I am love. I am uncompromising in my purpose. This really speaks to the journey that I'm on right now, with all of the uncertainties that we're faced across our planet, not just the topics that we're talking about today, but finance, not just ecological and ecosystem collapse, but population collapse, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's really important to make sure that we're always approaching things from the right frame of mind. And whether or not this resonates with anybody in this room, this is certainly what I continue to tell myself and to tell others who I meet along my journey, who are living in a place of fear, sorrow, or hate. The reason I'm doing this, the impetus for my journey, is my son. This is Dylan, my 13-year-old son. Like most of you, particularly those of you who have children or those of you who have found your purpose and are on a journey, the reason for us doing this is to, of course, preserve and improve, regenerate our planet for our future generations. My son and I have a very keen bond in the outdoors, and he's on a journey with me to understand his connection to our Mother Earth, to Gaia, and to what he can do as an individual to sustain himself, but also to regenerate the land around him. And he continues to be my motivation. So I'm going to do a quick introduction to Dylan. I'm the co-founder of several companies that are all intertwined or woven together. My journey started approximately 2 years ago, actually right when COVID was taking hold, and it was named COVID-19. So right around that time, I remember the press release when I decided I was going to start something. And it was initially to acquire a parcel of land near Asheville, North Carolina, and to, without too much information, only an intuition, to turn that land into a global leadership and unification center, a short-term stay based around education towards regeneration. So it's been a 2-year journey so far to get to where we are, and we're just poised now at the start line, getting ready to launch the group of companies that I've created. Thrive is the first one I'd like to introduce today. Thrive is a designer and manufacturer of holistic, regenerative, and intelligent modular homes and technologies. We're working with strategic partners globally, but also creating our own set of proprietary technologies based on the principles of biophilia, biomimicry, and regeneration to create a new class of residence and dwelling for the modern human moving forward. And it's a touchy subject, I've discovered, because a lot of people tend to shy away, maybe even roll their eyes or shrug their shoulders when you talk about futurism and technology and how technology can help us. And I'm certainly a subscriber to the belief that technology, if leveraged properly and with the greatest of intention towards regenerating and healing people and planet, has a great part to play in our progress moving forward. So our first model suite of products is around an ecosystem that we've called Loop. Loop is essentially the world's first post-installation scalable, eco-luxury, regenerative and holistic home. It's a home that's designed to have minimal footprint on the earth. It's designed intentionally to have a curved foundation or chassis so that it cannot serve as a foundation conventionally, which requires, in most cases, the need to prop the property or the asset up above ground on footings. And the reason to do this is just very simple. In a 1,400 square foot model, which is a 2-bedroom unit of ours, just under a 3-bedroom unit of ours, requires only 1,100 square inches of contact with the earth. In our opinion, this is, in terms of development, one of the simplest ways to permit the continued flow of water, flora, and fauna, and energy on any given property. This home has been designed to not only collect, but create potable drinking water using atmospheric extraction technologies. Nothing new there, but we're integrating it into the roof line and infrastructure of the home itself, the residential footprint, if you will. The home has been engineered to produce enough micro and macronutrients to sustain the family living within. We conducted a 10-month study at my previous startup, which was in the space of controlled environment agriculture, and determined what the global family unit would require in terms of micro and macronutrients to sustain itself. And we've designed the footprint of this house to produce those nutrients. The home also, fairly conventionally at this point, collects and stores renewable energy through a full solar wrap roof and deployable biomimicry wind turbine using the principles of aeroelastic flutter, essentially a turbine that looks like aspen leaves that flutter in the wind and collect and store energy that way. The design at Loop is meant to be as nature integrative as possible, and I'll touch on that point a little more in my next introduction to my sister company, Olazoi. The intention is to build footprints that can be woven within the landscape. And the intention is to create opportunities in development because we are currently sprawling and impacting our natural landscapes and ecosystems negatively. A case study, if you will, or a proof of concept that we can develop without impacting the earth, or without being extractive to it anyway. In an attempt to do so, we've identified 3 key eco-sensitive locations that we were very slowly studying with the help of several local and regional groups, and now in the last 30 to 45 days, international groups, to determine the viability of nature integrative development that is inclusive and regenerative and not extractive. This is one of the first projects that we're looking at. There are 3 technically. This is the largest of the 3 currently in the state of Colorado, where I'm located. This comprises of 1,400 acres, just under 1,400 acres near Carbondale, Colorado. The intention of building Bright, Colorado, a new regenerative town development, is to create an off-grid and regenerative community that is designed to utilize the principles of nature integration, regenerative infrastructure, biophilic architectural design, biomimicry, 20-minute community principles, and fosters what I'm coining a Planet 1.0, Human 1.1 priority perspective. To summarize this, the reason to create a priority perspective in terms of development it came about with what was the purpose, what was the priority in building a community like this, and very specifically a focus on planet and people. And it was determined in starting to build out our charter and our civil engineering, or I guess anti-civil engineering, if you will, of these types of properties, is that if we prioritize regeneration of our planet and balancing Gaia in that bioregion, along with focusing on bioregional regeneration, we inherently create a byproduct, which is human priority as well, which is why we've coined it as a planetary 1.0 and human 1.1. So the priority is very much parallel and in sync. This is another viewpoint of that property, which we've coined Bright, Colorado, near Carbondale. we're just indicating where the infrastructure that we've created, the community visitor centers, which I'll show a view of in just a moment, the school that I've co-founded, which is the third company that I don't have a presentation for, called the Soul Academy, the School of Unlearning Life, and the rest of the infrastructure, if you will. The waypoints on this map reflect an opportunity to place infrastructure where they sit without removing any further trees on the property. Currently, our goal and our seemingly achievable target in terms of development, if we were to proceed with this project, would be less than 0.5% of tree interruption or removal on the entire property, the entire 1,400 acres. Having 0 trees removed to place infrastructure would be best, but at just around 0.5% or 0.5% of tree removal is a tremendous step forward, as you can imagine, in terms of developing such a sizable development. We've also earmarked regeneration zones, working in partnership with several state entities. It's a slow, intentional conversation because they're not the best of partners in most cases. However, we feel a need to include them. We're also working with, just on this single project, at least a half a dozen partners in the Roaring Fork Valley, between Aspen and Glenwood Springs, but also regionally in Colorado, and one national partner as well, in terms of ensuring that the intentions stay pure in terms of regeneration, and that there is 0 extraction from the property. In doing so, we're obviously looking at rewriting charters, rewriting the entire ecosystem of the community, or what it means to build a community nowadays. Of course, what we're trying to get away from is the high density, standard, or conventional homogeneous developments that we're so familiar with today. This is certainly an exploration for me. I'm not here to say that we have all the answers yet, which is why I'm so keen on hearing what everybody else has to say. But we're certainly doing our best to understand what it would be like to live harmoniously and integratively with Mother Earth instead of extractively. This is a rendering that's actually been upgraded since the placement of the residential units are a little too linear, but this is actually a topographical render of one of the very small portions of that land, which indicates the full scope of the project. But you can see the renders for the mixed-use community centers, which would include a zero-waste grocery store, our Soul Academy, and other common places for people to come together to eat and to barter and trade. The community is currently civilly engineered to be a road-free community. As was noticed in the image, one of the images, there is a road currently going through the property. It's been there now for 3 decades, so we don't intend to remove it. Unfortunately, there are still requirements in building development to have access for emergency. So we'll maintain the one road that is there, but we'll improve upon it to integrate nature with that hardscape. But the rest of the community will be accessible via funicular systems with AEVs, autonomous electric vehicles, that will shuttle people from waypoints, common waypoints like the community centers, school, grocery, and clinic, to the residential homes and to the staging point outside the community, which will be a place to park and stay ICE vehicles to keep the community a truly road-free community, with the exception, of course, emergency access. We're working on the principles of the 20-minute community concept. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this. It's also called a 15-minute neighborhood or 20-minute neighborhood, depending on what neck of the woods you're from. One of the key things that I want to mention here is the ability to age in place. We're also working with 2 regional care providers for senior living to be informed how we can potentially create programs within the community to let people I guess, thrive through their life cycle or to age in place within one of our communities. I can't see my own thing. Bear with me, guys, 1 second. I'm moving you over. In our attempts, we're trying to diversify who may stay or visit in one of these communities. In doing so, we've created, at this point, what we believe to be a intentionally or thoughtfully crafted ratio of ownership models, which includes whole ownership fractional ownership and short-term rentals for people to be able to come and stay as long as they please, but also to build a foundation of both fluid conversation, narrative, and wisdom sharing, but also stewards of the land who will be there for longer periods of time. In doing so, we've identified that we can house up to 360 residential units on the 1,400-acre parcel of land, which is broken out approximately like this. The lots will be 1 to 3 acres in size and will be informed by the landscape and by the movement of animals. So the flora and fauna essentially and the topography will determine where homes can be placed. But in doing that study, we've identified that we can place up to 360 homes on that property. We're, of course, approaching this, as I've mentioned, through nature integrative design principles to build with and around nature and not on top of or through nature. We're implementing all forms of agriculture. My background is in controlled environment agriculture before this startup or a group of startups, using modern technologies, robotics, climate control, etc. But I also have a basic understanding, and I'm currently recruiting new individuals to join the team to start exploring what a comprehensive sustenance or agriculture model would look like in this particular community. Of course, it'll be different everywhere that we might place the community, but in this one first. So we're looking at, of course, food farming, foraging, permacultural in general, etc. And of course, the inclusion of a technological platform within the residential footprint to produce food. I won't go through this because most of you guys know this, but we're creating a dictionary essentially for those who are starting to join the conversation, who are starting to awaken to their purpose. We've started creating a simplified dictionary. I'll just skip over this for now for you guys. And these are just a couple images of the land that we intend to place our project upon. We're doing so, of course, I shouldn't say of course, we're doing so with the collaboration and the permission. We aren't developing yet at this point, but we are in conversations with the Ute Nations in Colorado here, recognizing and acknowledging that they have ceded their land for our people. So we are in conversations with Ute territory leaders to include Indigenous prosperity as well moving forward. And that's a bit about me. Thank you, Elliot. I appreciate the opportunity to chat.
Yeah, amazing. And I know we started a little late, so I don't want to cut things too short, but I guess the very exciting and interesting model to think about replicating. I'd love for you if you can join us for the Intentional Communities dialogue on Sunday as well, because I think there's some great overlap there. Just before we pass to John, I'm curious, what help do you need? How can folks here support you?
Team building, to be honest with you. So and the reason why I want to speak with Neil as well in particular is because we've been having very in-depth conversations with both conventional and conscientious investment partners or finance partners. We're getting quite a bit of excitement around the prospect of creating new mechanisms, also partnering with blockchain partners to build a DAO system, et cetera. There's a lot. But so for me, I think we're starting to recognize what financing such a large project will look like. It's also large. In this case, it's around $310 million through 5 phases and 4.5 to 5 years to develop end to end. But the potential, even with the land being placed in a community land trust to build value there, is still, the profit is still well over $100 million at the end of the day through the phases. So financing and investment, I don't think will be an issue. However, it's going to take a village to build even this first village. So we're looking for anybody who would be interested to sit at the table, even in one instance, to share their experience, to share their perspective, and to potentially join the efforts. We're doing fairly well in the terms of traction, but we certainly have a lot more work to do before we could even conceive, putting a single property or home on one of these properties. So building teams, building bridges.
Sure. To that end, one thing I haven't mentioned that we've been doing is creating impact niche masterminds, bringing leaders together from different niches of impact. So we've got so many kind of wonderful green folk here we're going to try to connect everyone separately in a bit of a mastermind. I saw Charlie's got his hand up, but Charlie, if you don't mind, I'd love for you to put your question in the chat because we've got to pass to John right now. But again, when we have our in-person event, we'll have lots of time for everyone to connect. So pardon that, Charlie, but yeah, if you don't mind, and anyone else who has questions for Eric, please keep them in the chat. But very happy to welcome John, who not only has done, as we saw, some incredible work with mapping eco projects across the world, but prior did some really inspiring work creating 3D printed prosthetics for folks who need them. So lots he could share on. I want to mind his time, but please, John, welcome. Great to have you.
Thanks very much. So the particular project I'm going to talk about now is an offshoot of the Eco Restoration Alliance, which I also want to tell you all about. So I'm going to show you that the Eco Restoration Alliance is a new global network of scientists, practitioners, storytellers, and whatever the hell it is we do, who are advancing the notion that eco-restoration of the kinds that we've been seeing today is our best hope for really saving the future. In particular, because of the climatic effects of healthy ecosystems, moderating rainfall and land resilience, and cooling the planet through the biotic pump and all sorts of interactions which are really being left out of the dominant narrative about climate change. If that's going to happen, we're going to need to engage almost everyone, almost everywhere. And to that end, we have created the Big Map to Save the Future. The point is that the Earth is a very big place, and we've got a very big problem, but there are a lot of people on this planet, and they all have their feet on some patch of ground. There are sites like restore.eco and explore.land, which I envy and admire, but they're focusing on large projects. There ought to be a map that includes all of those large projects and your backyard and Eric's project in Carbondale and Neil's mangroves and all of that stuff. And this is a prototype of that. As you can see, there are currently about 800 pins on the map. Each pin relates to some story about some particular project, with links to more information about that project. And by the way, if you click on the story, you also zoom right into that particular place. And you'll see that while it's a lovely project, it's still apparently occupying just a small area of a very big planet. Now, anyone can say, hey, I've created a native garden, a native species garden in my backyard. I should be on this map too. And they can do that by clicking this button, and then you go to a form and off it goes. I'll just point out a few other features of the prototype as it exists now. Obviously, you've got a globe view, you have a map view, the two are synced together so they behave similarly. We have social media feed, because this thing by itself, of course, is a nice achievement, but it's not a particularly interesting contribution unless people hear about this and decide that they too want. And so the vision here, and I would love some help in working out the workflow, because right now this is all a funny mix of ad hoc scripts that I've put together and manual processes, including the ones that Charlie Shore, who's on this Zoom call, has been working on with me. But the idea is that when someone map, we send them, we congratulate them, we send them a link to their unique entry on the map, and we invite them to post about it on social media and to tell their friends and to recruit other people. And hopefully those people will find their way to the map. They'll say, you know, this is really cool. This is what we need to do. They'll nominate themselves, and we'll get to what is frankly the real point, which is to get almost everyone, almost everywhere, doing what needs to be done on the ground. Now, present company can help. As I mentioned, projects here, and as you can see, what we need, and you can give it to us in tabular form, one for each site, one row for each site, the name of the project, the location of the project, latitude and longitude, if you have it, we can look that up, a description of the project, at least one exemplary image, and it will show up on the map. How quickly it will show up on the map depends on how quickly Charlie and I improve our workflow, or if you have development skills and you would like to help us increase the automation of this process, it could be a much faster process. The model here is Wikipedia. Wikipedia has 1.5 million entries right now. In principle, this could have 1.5 billion entries. And if it did, you'd have 1.5 billion places that are now engaged in the regeneration and restoration of the planet. That's the idea. By the way, late in the game, it has occurred to us that this also could become a yellow pages for the eco-restoration movement. And I'm beginning now to write scripts to collect all of the businesses that are selling fertilizer and services and native species and so on to the map. It's meant to be that kind of thing. It is, in a sense, a whole Earth catalog. And that's the presentation. There are lots of things that could be done to accelerate this process, but to me, it's exemplary of what we all need to be doing. Each of us is doing it individually, but we all need to be also on the same page so that people can begin to recognize this pattern of Earth repair, which, by my lights, is the only one that could actually save the day. Since I've done my overview and presentation, I'd be quite happy for questions, comments, and offers of ways to develop this further. It's very much a working prototype. It only got added to the ERA website today. There's still a lot to do.
Charlie, you had something you wanted to share?
We had initially wanted to have both a point layer, which we have, and a polygon layer. The polygon would indicate the site boundaries, and the advantage of that would be you can see how extensive or not extensive restoration projects are. You can also see the possibility of connectivity, if that's possible, between 2 or 3 different sites. Now, John, I noticed I just went to the updated big map request, and the polygon, you didn't ask for polygon on it.
I can say a little more about that if you like.
Yeah, go ahead.
So polygons, or the territory boundaries, would be great to have, and the infrastructure is ready for it. And there's even a tool that you can use to enter the polygons. That has turned out to be a tedious process, but some of you on this call already have projects where you have mapped out the territories. We would love to get them also, and just be in touch and we'll figure out the simplest way for you to give us that information. I wanted to add that the inspiration for this site came from the inspiration for the ERA, which has faded into the background but may reemerge. The ERA formed at around the time when our friend Elon Musk was launching his $100 million carbon drawdown prize. We went through the arduous process and we argued that drawing down carbon is a distraction. But since that's what you're giving $100 million for, you should recognize that people who are doing the kind of work that, for example, Neil is doing, are actually going to draw down more carbon than any newfangled technology you come up with. If we can get polygons on the map, there are tools available for saying, given this area, we can use satellite data to begin estimating carbon drawdown, and we would be able to go back to the X Prize with collective data that I think would blow all of those technologies out of the water and at least make a strong point and maybe help win the prize and change the conversation. So polygon data are of strategic interest, but I think there's already substantial value and a great opportunity to populate this map with points and stories while we are seeking polygons.
I think your point, one of the first things, or in our first meeting, you shared with me the danger of carbon myopia and that we need to think more holistically. I think Donna mentioned that idea as well, that we need to think about ecosystems. And so to that same point, you know, I wonder where something like Tyler's project might fit within this, because it's not exactly eco-restoration, but it is a tool that could do incredible work. And so what I've been envisioning, what we've been talking about for Global Unity, has been this kind of cartography for not just eco projects, but all impact projects. And Vincent's done some incredible work in terms of going beyond the SDGs, in terms of creating categories, created the periodic table of impact. And so imagine having a map like this for every type of table with kind of different quote unquote molecules of the various forms of impact that are created. So I'd be curious about whether this is something that you're planning to open source so others can replicate it for other platforms, and then how you're thinking about, or other areas of impact. And then I'm curious how you're thinking about it from the perspective of going beyond, still within ecology, but beyond purely regenerative agriculture focused projects.
So let me address that in order. This is built on the ArcGIS platform. That's a proprietary system, but it's quite inexpensive for nonprofits, and it's a very powerful and scalable platform. I built this thing, and by the way, I didn't know how to spell GIS 6 months ago. I built this using just one of their tools called Experience Builder, and that process and this model is available to anyone who wants it. This particular model gets its data from a Google spreadsheet, which connects to an ArcGIS feature layer, which then populates this particular thing. You can tinker with that. I'm happy to share that. That's all open source. Furthermore, I didn't show you, but it's possible to sort and soon filter the dots and the entries based on a variety of categories. Charlie and I are trying to figure out what should be the taxonomy and how we should do that. And frankly, if it is holistic, not carbon-centric, and if it is place-based, I think it ought to have a place on this kind of a map, because I do think there's value, not in 100 different maps, but in maps that can show all of these things. And by the way, another feature of this, which is in the open source spirit, is that you can download all of the data from this map, because other people may have other ways of using the data or of rendering the data. I think that one of the things we need here is a data commons that will allow all of this information to be pooled. And I would be very happy if this map or something like it became one window into that data commons, but that's what really needs to be open sourced. We've had some meetings with Global Earth Repair Global Earth Repair Foundation and a few other groups that are doing that kind of mapping. And it shouldn't be, it's not rocket science, but it's going to need the usual mix of network and server and back-end programming, all of which I tinker with well enough to do a prototype, but need help turning into a robust platform. I should add that this and several other projects within the ARA would proceed better and could serve all of us if we had some funding. We have not gotten to our organizational development that we have a funding plan or a budget, but I'm ready. I have several ventures that I think could do a lot of good for our shared community if we had a few more people to do the work besides Charlie, who's a volunteer, and one guy, recent college grad, who does a lot of the tinkering and is paid.
So to that end, I hope you can stick around for our 220 panel, which talks about how we fund impact at scale. Hopefully that'll be generative for many of us here. I wanted to show one more time the map because David Ehrlichman, who's about to take over the stage, who's the author of Impact Networks, is going to be talking to us about how to merge kind of hierarchical and circular, if I'm sure you can articulate better, structures to accelerate networking. And I would just, David, wanted you to be able to see John's map of eco projects we were just discussing. And to that end on cartography, Vincent, who I mentioned, has developed a periodic table of impact, is actually hosting a mapathon in December 16th that I hope everyone will be able to join. He's also been instrumental in getting the event together through the Catalyst platform that he's developed, which has allowed us to get so many amazing folks coordinated so well. So we're just at time. John, I had meant to ask, and it sounds like funding is a big piece of it. But if you, so we don't bleed into David's time, if you could just write into the chat any other ways folks here could help other than adding their knowledge to the map, that would be great. But thank you so much for being here. Really, really appreciate it.
My pleasure. I can't resist saying that the planning committee, which is trying to work out sort of governance and management issues for the ERA, has now latched in on David's Impact Networks book as sort of a really good model. So I'm looking forward to your talk, David.
Well, that's a great segue. Join me, everyone, in welcoming David, who, as I mentioned, is the author of Impact Networks and has been applying those principles in the real world. And I think what the example of why this work's so important that really struck me when either I was reading his work or listening to an interview is, how do you possibly coordinate the management of 1 million acres of forest? You know, it can't be one organization that manages all that. It must be a coalition. And so excited not only to hear from him, but hear the movement building panel that's going to follow his talk. So David, welcome. Great to see you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Great to see you. John, love hearing that. Thanks for sharing. Nice to see some familiar faces here too. So I know we only have 28 minutes here. Time's going to go fast. I want to share just a little bit about myself, my background, how I came into this work, but then really I'm going to focus on a few things. Number one, networks and how a network approach can support human coordination at very large scales, but then where networks sometimes struggle in terms of consistently getting things done and how we can bring back in kind of just the right amount of structure and delegated authority to empower individuals or teams to go execute on things that have been identified as we move from complex domains that networks are really good at addressing into more complicated domains that are still hard, but have clear pathways, clear beginning or end, and where then more structure can be really appropriate to getting things done. If you have questions, feel free to put them in the chat. I'll try to respond in real time as well as at the end. I want to share a few slides because I think the visuals really help. But before I do that, just a little bit about my background. I've been doing decentralized organizing work for pretty much my entire career. I first came into this work about 15 years ago. I was working at a nonprofit organization here in Seattle, where I was born, where I live now. And the organization is still around. They're doing great work. They support people without shelter to find jobs and get and get trained in the culinary industry. And when I was there, though, I was noticing how they were affecting people's lives, but really kind of addressing the symptoms of this massive broken system that just leads to chronic lack of affordable housing, and is maybe worse today than it ever has been. Also noticed how, due to all kinds of pressures, especially pressures from funders associated with their fundraising efforts, they worked primarily as an individual organization. They weren't very collaborative with other organizations, with other sectors on an issue that touches so many people in so many different ways. And a lot of that is because the funding dollars are directly tied to the specific outcomes or specific programs. And it's really hard to take that more systemic approach when you have those intense pressures. But that was a question that really stuck with me, is how could we work not just within individual organizations, but also across organizations and even across sectors to address these big, complex issues that really require it. And that's where we are. What that led me to was this exploration, and I had a pit stop at Monitor Institute, which is a social sector wing of a consulting firm, and got exposed to authors like June Hawley and Valdez Krebs, and people who had been applying network science to collaborative efforts. I'd learned about networks that were intentionally organized and even staffed, like the REAMP network, which is over 140 organizations across 9 states in the Midwest that's working to equitably reduce carbon emissions. And they've had great success in a lot of ways. Shut down 140 existing coal plants, stopped all new coal plants from being built, passed energy efficiency policies, and also organizations who really took more of a network approach to their work, like Kaboom, which builds playgrounds in low-income neighborhoods. They scaled their impact not by scaling a bigger organization, but really by scaling out, scaling their connections, engaging with community partners who really know a lot more about the context of their place than they do, and can organize people around that. That was kind of the light bulb moment for me, like, oh my gosh, it's actually possible to work in these systemic ways, and we can learn from community building, community organizing, and social movements and indigenous wisdom, and then we can apply new learnings from network science and systems thinking to really, and also new coordination tools, new technologies that allow us to coordinate at larger scales than ever before, and in ways that are more capture resistant than ever before, which I'll touch on a little bit more in more depth, and which I think DAOs are really pushing the forefront of in terms of capture resistance. And so, long story short, I ended up being a founding coordinator for Network Fresno for 3 years. I was 48 different organizations to revitalize their city. Later, founding coordinator for the Santa Cruz Mountain Stewardship Network, which Elliot referenced. How do we bring multiple organizations across sectors to steward a million acres of land? And then many others. I've been involved with over 50 different impact networks and kind of a wide variety of roles. And through Converge and the stories that we've encountered, packaged all that up in the book Impact Network. So the book is really built from practice and from the stories of the people who have been on the ground doing this work for many decades. With that, a bit of an overview, I want to share kind of a high-level overview of the why and the what, and then how. And the how gets into how we blend these networks and hierarchical structures in ways that actually make sense. So that our world is full of complexity, right? And the key here is that we have all these systemic issues. That means to address them, we actually have to work systemically. And that means working across organizations and across sectors, right? We can't do these things by ourselves. People embark on collaborative efforts all the time, of course, often thinking that we know how to do that, but typically very frustrated by the results. And there's even a phrase out there called collaboration fatigue, right? Why? What goes wrong? Well, often people are trying to structure these multi-stake or collaborative efforts like they would a hierarchical organization, with some central authority guiding the work and then people fitting into very specific roles to move it forward, or they try to plan it all out in advance, identifying very specific measurable outcomes for the effort before people have even had a chance to come together, to bring their different perspectives together, their different puzzle pieces together, and to decide how they would like to work together in ways that actually affect their community and their constituents. That kind of predicting control approach that so often, at least in the Western world, we default to, that only works if we already know what needs to be done and how to do it. But complex issues are experienced really differently by different people. People are affected by these issues in so many different ways. They see them differently depending on where they stand, like this art installation. And so in our work to address complex issues and work in complex domains, we can't plan it all out in advance. Instead, we need to bring different actors together from different parts of the system, strengthen their ability to share information and resources, to coordinate the things that they're already doing, and then do collective sense making to identify specific points of leverage where we can start to shift the system as a whole. This is really what it means to build a network for impact. And here's a couple simple diagrams. These are from Janeway Skillern and Marty Koistra, two colleagues of mine, that really show this network mindset shift of how these networks form. Most organizations are moving forward with the vast majority of their focus on their own organization and their own organization status. And for many understandable reasons, all the funding pressures that we talked about before. And they see all the other stakeholders situated around them that they could collaborate with to help further their own mission. But the shift here is to see ourselves as part of this larger interconnected system of different actors and different organizations. You know, we're not the sun at the center of a solar system, even though we're usually the heroes of our own stories. We're one star in this huge and diverse constellation. And so instead of putting yourself and your organization at the center of your focus all the time, what would it be like to put a shared purpose at the center, a shared issue, a core issue that you care about, that many other groups also care about? Place that at the center. And then when we find that, we can work to strengthen the connections and the flows of information between many different actors and communities and organizations that also care about that shared purpose. And again, that's really what it means to build a network. And that's often the first step too, is finding that shared purpose and then connecting groups together around it. Relationally, networks usually form like this. People initially are working in what June Hawley and Valdez Krebs called scattered fragments. Some people and organizations know and work with each other, but overall the system is fragmented. There's not information and activity flowing between different clusters of activity or silos. And so then the first step is to find something that connects people together. And often this requires a catalyst, an individual or an organization or group who sees the opportunity to connect different parts of the system together in a more deliberate way. That's a really key leadership role, that catalytic role, kind of a point in time role, but it's absolutely critical. Then, importantly though, we have to move beyond that sort of hub and spoke stage where the network is just connected through one person or one organization. A lot of groups stop here. But if we move beyond that, then we can evolve into this, so it's called a multi-hub network, where information and resources are flowing across the network from person to person, organization to organization, without having to go through that centralized entity. And then over time, as those connections continue to proliferate, we can form this healthy structure here, which is called a core periphery network, where there's a highly dense core of activity and a much larger periphery of different actors who are serving as a source of new ideas, new connections to other networks, bridges to other information and communities. And of course, this really, in reality, this is very fluid and dynamic. This is a static picture, but really this is constantly moving and kind of like a murmuration of starlings, you can imagine. So just to double down though on something that I mentioned, but went by pretty quickly. When building an impact network, it's really important that we move beyond that hub and spoke stage, which you see on the right. Because if we stop there, we're just creating another hierarchy, which we often visualize on the left. But if you look, these two diagrams are actually structurally identical. They're just visualized in different ways. So being at the top of a hierarchy or the center of a rigid hub and spoke network, of course, it has its benefits. You have more control, you're more likely to be needed, but it also has its costs, right? The more you control, the less people are able to self-organize to advance work on their own. The more you're needed, the less resilient the system is in the event that you're unavailable. So it has this double-edged sword. So instead, the goal when building an impact network is not just to connect groups together through you or through your organization, although that's often a first step, but really to create a vibrant ecosystem of connection where information's flowing, research is being shared, people are able to self-organize, to take action in new ways. At the same time, and this is kind of a key point of what I want to leave you with today, is that I don't want to paint hierarchies as inherently bad or worse than networks either, because hierarchies are actually really good at what they do best. They have an amazing ability to accomplish specific, well-defined goals, to produce goods and services, to complete discrete tasks, to solve problems in the complicated domain where there's a clear beginning or end. Like building a bridge. It's very complicated, lots of moving parts, but we have blueprints. There's a beginning and end, we can plan it out, we can assign roles and get it done, right? Building a bridge would be a task that's very well suited for a hierarchy, as opposed to a network. It would be kind of chaotic. And actually, hierarchies and networks intersect and should intersect in a lot of different ways. In any hierarchical organization, there's always an informal network of people who are talking and working together in ways that are different than the org chart. And a lot of times, hierarchical organizations have actually done what John Cotter has called creating a dual operating system to create a network that works alongside the existing hierarchy to do things that the existing hierarchy cannot. For example, UCSF Health System, where I worked for a while, they can't change their existing hierarchy very easily because patient lives depend on it. It's very risky and it's generally working. But they wanted to deepen palliative care services throughout and practices throughout its hospital system. And to do that, they created a network that brought together leaders from across its 10 different sites and 12 different health disciplines. So this massive system, a lot of these groups are relatively disconnected, but a network that brought together all those different pieces to integrate palliative care practices throughout the hospital system. So a dual operating system, a network that worked alongside the existing hierarchy. So just the key point here, hierarchies really good at complicated domains, project execution, networks really good at complex domains, broad engagement, bringing lots of perspectives together to find our way through complexity and identify what might need to be done. And so how can we blend the best of these two different structures and not see them at odds with one another? Well, this can often be seen in really effective impact networks, where the network as a whole has a flat, centralized structure, but then teams form to accomplish specific tasks, and those teams can have more hierarchical structures. And that's also what's known as a heterarchy. Formal executive and decision-making power is distributed. Nobody has baked in structural advantage over others. And importantly, there's no generalized power hierarchy, which is how we often think of hierarchies, where there's kind of a person or a team at the top who just has authority over all domains. But instead, it's really about how can we allow temporary hierarchies to arise and disperse based on factors that are much more relevant to the objective at hand, like context, merit, and commitment, and hierarchies that are actually delegated by the collective. So the top of the hierarchy is the network or the collective or the DAO as a whole, as opposed to a single individual or a team who's always locked in. And we're delegating authority to teams and then to individuals to get things done with accountability mechanisms to ensure that they actually follow through on their commitments and they're going along with the values and principles of the collective as a whole. And so in these temporary hierarchies, certain individuals will have more influence than others on specific issues at a given point in time, depending on their knowledge, experience, their role. Because, and that's important, because when all members of a network or an organization are involved in every decision and action, it slows things down. It disincentivizes entrepreneurialism. It favors the perceived safety of the status quo over creative risk taking. I think I've seen a lot of DAOs or groups who want to lean on full consensus governance, but it just doesn't work very well. And especially when it comes down to kind of consistently getting things done. So we need to be able to defer and delegate to individual actors or small teams who are able to move fast and make decisions within their constrained domain of authority. Because like effective collective action, I believe, is only really possible when people are also empowered and held accountable to take action individually. So the collective and individual both happening. And this issue of facilitating the delegation of roles and authorities in decentralized organizations and networks is what I'm working on now with HATS protocol, because I've seen how networks have been really good at engaging large numbers of people, co-creating strategies to address complex issues, but then they often struggle with consistently getting things done with the same level of efficiency as hierarchical organizations. And a lot of times I've seen that the most effective impact networks actually lean on the hierarchical structures of the organizations that are involved once they're able to identify the key leverage points or the key actions that they can push on. Because those hierarchies, those organizations are really well set up for the execution phase of the work. So what HATS protocol does is it empowers networks and other decentralized organizations like DAOs to explicitly delegate specific roles and responsibilities along with their associated authorities to individuals or teams or even to other DAOs. And as a technology that enables groups to give individuals special authorities and permissions to do things on the group's behalf, like sign transactions on a multi-sig or post to Twitter or hold certain admin rights. But the group as a whole holds the ultimate control. So power is delegated, but it can always be revoked. And the top of the hierarchy is the collective rather than an individual executive. And that's really what it means, I think, to be capture resistant, which is really a central feature of DAOs overall, that there's, even when we're delegating power to individuals, they can't then claim and capture that power into perpetuity and use it to have power over others. Instead, the power really rests, the ultimate power rests with the collective as a whole. So no individual or small group can capture it, but they're delegating authority to individuals and teams to get things done. So that's the important blend, I think, here. And I think this also, this is why I'm so excited about DAOs generally, is I think we need to find the most effective ways to blend socialware and trustware together. And socialware are the social dynamics of human networks, human systems, communities, high trust teams, right? The social technology that helps us organize great convenings and coordinate at the human level. But then trustware is technologies that allow us to coordinate effectively with one another when we don't know or trust each other. And those technologies are the ones that are being pushed on and experimented by DAOs. I think blending that socialware and trustware allows us, we can cultivate vibrant communities that have high trust, which is always important, I still think, but also don't depend on trust, right? And so we can create opportunities for people to contribute who haven't had the benefit of building up, a history of a resume or social trust. And we can collectively govern and advance shared assets while operating as an organization that gets things done. We can coordinate at scales we've never seen before. I think we can blend the best of what networks and hierarchies can offer. And I think that's important because, just as I'm wrapping up here, again, hierarchies and networks are really good at different things. I think this metaphor might kind of hammer this point home. Hierarchies excel when we know where we need to go and roughly how to get there, right? Like the team of rowers on the left here. Hierarchies have deliberate processes to produce defined outcomes. We're growing at the same pace. There's a leader to help you keep the cadence, and we can go incredibly fast. Networks, more like floating down a river in a group of kayaks, right? The goal isn't necessarily speed, it's exploration and engagement. We can retain individual autonomy, but we can go farther together than we could alone, because we're supporting each other, we're sharing food and resources, we're showing wisdom about the river, we're making the trip fun and even joyful, even if it's hard. And the structure needs to fit the context. So if hierarchies build bridges and get things done from point A to point B, we can think of networks as cultivating gardens. They're not necessarily all manicured and perfect, but that's the point. Right? New things are going to pop up that we didn't expect. We can blend these different pieces together and something new will emerge that's other than the sum of its parts. And networks can bring the collective intelligence of its different members together, who are seeing all these different parts of the system that no single person or organization can hold on their own. And we can find our way through complex issues. We can do things like doing some collective systems mapping. This is what 100K and 10 did, which is a network to train and support 100,000 high quality STEM teachers in 10 years in the United States. They achieved that goal last year. And one of the things they did early on was do a systems map where they surveyed hundreds of different people from across the system, teachers and administrators and students and others, to understand what are the key challenges behind this issue of STEM education in the United States. And they asked people to identify those factors and then how those factors related to one another, and came up with this. And we were able to group those different kind of primary factors that stood out into some focus areas, some key priorities for how we might be able to shift the system, right? Teacher leadership, professional growth, elementary STEM, preparation, prestige. So they found some leverage points, a term from Donella Meadows, where a shift in one thing could produce big changes throughout the whole system. That was a great use of the network. Now, when we have identified those kind of specific things to execute on, that's when then we can delegate roles and authorities to get things done. So the collective then can delegate roles and authorities to act on those more constrained issues. Constrained delegation is a term I learned from Tracheopteryx from Coordinate. And that's, again, where more structure is needed, and we can move from those networks to hierarchical structures. Again, not a power hierarchy, but fluid hierarchies that are fit for purpose, delegated by the whole, dynamic, agile, and co-created by participants. Now we're running short on time, so I'll stop there. See if there are any questions.
That's an extraordinarily empowering way to frame the natural organic balance that will always emerge between hierarchies and networks. I think it rings true for everybody here, and I think you've given us a really useful way to look at it going forward.
Thank you. Appreciate you saying that. I'm glad to hear it.
Hi, David. I'll just jump in really quickly. I already put some stuff in the chat. Good to see you here. It sort of feels like a continuation of a cool conversation that we had, and one that we might well want to continue, because everything that you've just describes what we're putting in action and is already being activated. So it's really cool, and that's very affirming. Of course, there's a need for structure at times, and it's another illustration of how looking at things in a binary way, either or, invariably gets humanity into trouble. So we need to understand from our whole history, and there's times where we need structure, and there's times where we need the clarity of roles, but we need much more fluidity to deal with the complexity. So I'm just saying, yep, big thumbs up, and we're on it. Really cool. We should talk.
I love it. Thank you. It's great.
Yeah,
I was curious, just to jump in, to underscore the question in the chat about community. If there's anything on the sort of social, human, like the soft side of things, through the lens of community. Thanks.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, so much of my work is focused on building community, building trust when there isn't, dealing with conflict. in the book Impact Networks, there's a chapter on cultivating trust, another chapter on convening the people. I really believe in that as the foundation for it. I think we can have the best trustware that we could ever have in the world, and still relationships will matter, and the way we're able to have open conversations is going to matter, and the way that we are open to receiving those conversations is going to matter. I think it will facilitate everything else. So I see community building as a foundational piece to all this, regardless of the technology.
Thanks, that's beautiful.
I appreciated you identifying and Donna spoke to this as well, but a lot of folks in the DAO space are recognizing the I guess the flaccidity of this idea of group decision making or group consensus everywhere all the time, and that there are times for hierarchies, there are times for leadership, and that it's easy to get excited about these new capabilities of collective decision making and lose sight of tried and true lessons on how folks have historically worked through all time. So interested to hear more about how we kind of integrate that on a practical level, that fluidity between cultures. John, go ahead.
We saw that in Enable, this global network of volunteers using 3D printed prosthetics. Enable is now a collection of chapters, mostly around the world, and the best chapters, the ones that are most effective, have indeed adopted a sort of classical organization. We do have a shared purpose, but I've also been struck by the fact that even that has never really been written down. It's sort of been implicit in the values that are communicated when, a kid who's missing a hand gets a 3D printed prosthetic from a volunteer on the internet. Somehow that tells a story that's been adequate to communicate the shared values. And shared purpose. What has played an also important role is the open source designs. And I think within open source software, there's that's a really important binding piece. It's just shared code or images or gospels, etc. And it seems to me that that's not the same as purpose, but it plays a similar function in helping networks come together.
That's a great comment to kind of help us transition now. Getting feedback from someone's mic. I'm not sure whose it might be. You want to mute yourself. Yeah, great comment to help us transition into our movement building panel, because in the Art of War they talk about what aligns groups, what aligns collectives is a shared purpose, is a shared mission, a shared DAO. And so for the rest of the hour, I want to welcome Benjamin and Jordan, Stephen, Donna to join David in exploring movement building. Oh, Jordan's coming back to explore movement building more broadly. And I guess Sunday we have more of a movement building spotlight where we're going to be highlighting specific movements. But today, because we've only got the half hour, want to use this time to more explore the principles behind movement building. And so want to keep it an open discussion. Anyone is welcome, anyone on the panel. I'm going to kind of assign people to the panel now. But want to, keep that as the theme. How do we coalesce these movements? How do we amplify and strengthen movements that exist and build new ones together? So with that said, anyone just highlighting folks one at a time. Feel free, and if it's helpful, I can start us off with a prompt. What have been the most, and I'd love to hear from everyone, what have been the most impactful aspects you've seen of movement building, whether it be things that have worked effectively for groups to get off the ground or to harmonize or to cross. I think something we all need to think about. I was happy that Trent from Save Soil was able to join us here later, Sadhguru's soil movement. One thing we all need to think about is how do we cross that pop culture barrier? And so love to hear from anyone. I know Benjamin's done some beautiful work and movement building with the Independent National Coalition, and has thought a lot about memetics, the spread of ideas. Steve and Donna also doing incredible work with Institution and coalescing coalitions. So love to hear from anyone and everyone.
Would it be helpful to start by exploring what a movement actually is? What defines a movement rather than anything else? And I can only go from personal experience that says Institution in and of itself is rapidly becoming a movement. So we're on the inside of how to be. We also gave a presentation to some people last week because we were asked to do a presentation on how to build a movement. And we started with the opening frame that had a title that said how to build a movement, a presentation by Institution. It had a second frame that said you can't build a movement, and it had a third frame that said thank you. So maybe we can start with that.
Panel's yours. Everyone, welcome. And seeing Susanna is going to join us as well.
Do you have a definition for us then, Stephen?
Do I have a definition? I think purpose, common purpose, plays a huge part, obviously, as it does with everything else. But I think osmosis, rather than sort of deliberative action by a ready-made group. In fact, we've been talking recently about leadership, and had a very real experience the other day where somebody just in the street full of rubbish because there'd been a rubbish strike, a waste strike, and somebody just chose to pick up some rubbish and put it in a bin. And then somebody else picked up some rubbish, and the debate was actually around who's the leader. Was the first person that picked up the rubbish a leader? Probably not. They probably don't consider themselves to be a leader. So that's not really a definition of what a movement is, but it's interesting to see what conditions need to apply for a movement to get catalyzed in the first place. So, clearly purpose, strong determination, desire by somebody somewhere to perhaps make a stand. And maybe that's less deliberative than it is emotional. It's not perhaps planned in the same way that other things are planned.
I've just said I wouldn't speak, but I'll just quickly say, I think what we're bumping into is what are the conditions that we create whereby it might be possible to foster a movement. And what I have found particularly helpful is to think more in terms of not setting out to build a movement per se, but rather do the things that feel right and enable people to engage in a whole variety of ways, in a variety of pathways, and then look back at some point and see if anybody followed and whether there's footsteps. Because there's something that's really arrogant, and I'll put it out that way at some level, of putting ourselves out there in the world and saying, we're starting a movement. Now everybody join and sign up. So I'll throw that out there as a bit of a provocation as we wrestle with this desire to support a needed movement or multiple movements of movements. That's me.
We've had a number of occasions where we've set out with many other people to catalyze what we call coalitions. And lots of people have said, well, what's the difference between a coalition and a movement? And a coalition is very deliberative. So right now we're working with all sorts of people across a whole country to turn a whole country into the world's first commons-based nation. And that's very real. That's not pie in the sky stuff. We're actually doing it on the ground, as they might say. But there's come a point where enough people from across different parts of society coagulating to perhaps begin to think that some of this is a movement. But it's a grey area for us. So I'm actually very interested to hear everybody else tell us what a movement is, because frankly, we don't know.
I think a movement is energy really coming together around a core principle. And so the principle is really at the center that's gravitating the energy around it. And so I believe that in a movement, there needs to be a really clear principle, if not a list of principles that people feel really gravitated towards, inspired by, resonant with. And that is what unites the people who feel inspired to express themselves and to move the energy. Simply put, that's how I view movement building, is by having that clear principle and strategy. And if you look at like Black Lives Matter, March for Our Lives, Science March, Extinction Rebellion, Climate March, all of these movements, I think it's really around a clear intention with clear principles, and I'll leave it at that for now.
I totally agree with you there on principles, and I appreciate that you use that word too, because I think principles build on and go a step further than values. We can identify common values that we have, but then for me, principles are how we operationalize those, how we put those values into action, how we return to those values every time we're making decisions and taking actions. How do we hold ourselves and each other accountable to those values? And I agree. I mean, I've seen principles as a kind of a key piece of structure that holds movements together, even when there are disparate chapters that are working relatively autonomously and should have the ability to make decisions and take actions that make most sense for them locally. But they're connected together through these higher order principles that cohere in the movement into something that's a lot greater than just pieces that are working in fragmented ways.
At the risk of being devil's advocate, could you not say the same things, though, about people who are passionate to start a business or to start a charity? What's the distinction? Is it that a movement is primarily, for instance, about the greater social good? That there is a higher ideal, perhaps, because we see businesses that operate, David, in the way that you've just described. We see the same energy coming into sort of startup in business. You could apply the same conditions, not always, or maybe it's the fact that it's absolute. Everything that Susanna, you just said, is sort of absolute in a movement, but doesn't have to be there at the start of a business.
John's got his hand up. Unmute. You're muted.
I just want to point out that I think that, to belabor the obvious, an important thing about a movement is that participation is voluntary. I think, and so you can't hire people, you can't fire people, and so inspiring people is one of the few tools that you have. I think that's where the shared purpose comes from. I suspect there are other things. Today, I find myself wondering whether a movement towards self-medication or drug taking is another way in which groups voluntarily cohere. It seems to me there's shared DNA or something else that enforces the wrong word, that reinforces continued voluntary collaboration is intrinsic to a movement. Ideally, there's some positive value that leads people going, but we've seen all sorts of what we would not consider pro-social movements, which are nonetheless movements. And so I think I think there's this shared DNA and coherence principle that has to substitute for the ability to hire, fire, or imprison, which frankly are the tools of governments and businesses.
It seems like that directionality is really important. So it's like putting together what Susan said, say the fundamental nature of the universe is something like associative and dissociative energy, right? So movement is maybe something like associative energy that's along any vector, right? And as John just said, that could be a negative vector or a positive vector. So I think that one of the things that that I feel like, so I probably shouldn't be on this panel because I haven't built what I have in mind to build yet. But one of the reasons is that one of the things I think a lot of us are struggling with is we don't actually want to build another movement. It's like the last thing the world needs is another movement, right? Yet we need to associate our energy and move together along our shared vector towards our universal goals and values that we all say we're here in service of, right? So I think that idea of, yeah, it's like a coalescing of associative energy moving along some sort of shared vector. And then it also feels like there's degrees of alignment or fit on those vectors, right? Sometimes you think you're starting a movement together, and then 10 steps down the road, you discover you're getting further apart, right? So it's like this convergence. You know, someone said the basic spiritual impulse in the world is the movement towards unity through love, something like that, right? So it's like you have a vector, and if you find you're converging over time, right, then you kind of know you're in the same movement towards the same generalized North Star, let's say.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. I love the kind of spatial and historical context that we're coming into with it reminds me of Martin Luther King Jr.'s reference to the long arc of history. As I've been doing this work, I've really felt the sacred blood of every activist that came before me that had a positive image of the future, whose work enabled this current version of reality to even exist. And there does seem to be this sort of continuous arc throughout human history of our, not to get too teleological, because there's a limitation to that worldview to say that we're always progressing, but there is a relationship, there's a connectedness, an unbroken chain of a lineage that does seem to be moving towards something. And I think it's that, I think there's sort of two ways that collective energy moves. I think that when a particular paradigm becomes so painful that it can no longer sustain itself, the people participating in it are in so much pain that they can't continue to participate in that paradigm as it is, that these are those moments of social upheaval. Black Lives Matter, Occupy, like the status quo can't hold. And what I would love to see more of is combining that energy of no more with this notion of imagination activism, this idea that we can actually collectively create a positive image of the future that inspires coordination towards that state. And I don't know that we've seen, in the United States at least, a movement that had quite that core DNA to it. And so just to share a little bit about the independent, the reason why we're focusing on organizing the US independent political sector is that when you strip away some of the ideological, partisan, political identifiers, and you focus more on the process of collective imagination, more possibilities are open than when we have our perspectives constrained by particular ideological notions, and actually meet each other as human beings first. And so that's what I would love to bring into this conversation.
Something I just want to jump in with, Rupert Reed was part of the keynote at the beginning today. It's nice to weave in the different threads of what's already occurred in these conversations. And he was the past president of Extinction Rebellion, and which has already been mentioned as a movement. And it was really interesting to hear him reflect on what he felt needed to change at this time in our history. because and I'll just bring it up there, I don't know if it'll help, but he talked about the need for the generations to come together, that it's not just the youth that needs to reshape and imagine our futures, but that even with some different perspectives, we need to build the bridge between youth and older generations to have any hope of actually bringing about the kinds of change that's needed. And it was a very rich kind of conversation that we had around that. I thought it was really insightful to hear him speak to that, because that's something we can all relate to. I think we've all heard about, know about Extinction Rebellion and the path that they've been on, and it relates to everything we've just been talking about here. It's really interesting.
Yeah, this notion of going back to go forward, like what are the aspects of indigenous worldviews and different suppressed bodies of ancestral wisdom that we can actually draw upon, and who are the elders that are carrying those different lineages. And Susanna's work really speaks to this, and is one of the reasons that why I'm so excited to collaborate with the Institute of Natural Law and Governance, is because it's creating a context for those ancestral lineages to inform the movement work of building the new systems. I don't want to put you on the spot, Susanna. Is there anything you want to say about what that process has been like for you of bringing ancestral wisdom carriers together?
Thank you, Benjamin. Yeah, it's been a profound process of really holding the Indigenous worldview at the center of what we're creating. Not just Indigenous, but all kinds of wisdom. I think Thomas Berry mentions 4 different types of wisdom: Indigenous wisdom, world religions, woman, and the scientific journey of the universe. You're really holding all of those different perspectives of wisdom at the center of the movement to return back to natural law. Natural law is really what guides the universe. Well, universal law, divine law, natural law, and humans have kind of distorted these laws to create systems that are beneficial for what we think are beneficial for humanity, but have left out the rest. Humans are one of 100 million species. It's kind of crazy that we've come to believe that we can dictate how the world operates. And so how do we take these other species into consideration as we create a new governance structure, model, and really keeping in mind these natural laws that govern all of life. And so Indigenous wisdom, all these kinds of wisdoms that I name will be really held in the Assembly of Generational Wisdom, which is kind of like the yin to the yang of what we're doing. It's the more, behind the scenes, nurturing community that's really more focused on honing in on the principles that are then guiding the outward action, which is the yang. And that will be the institute, where we're collecting research and aggregating a lot of the information that so many of these different organizations are working on that are adhering to natural law, and identifying local solutions and policies that could be implemented that are more in alignment with nature and in harmony, working in harmony with nature. And channeling that to movements like Independent National Convention, and having these representatives on a local, state, and federal level that can be representative of the actual needs of the people on the ground. I can keep talking, but I would love some questions.
Susanna used the phrase like what we put at the center, right? And I think that fits really well with this idea of associative energy or gravitation. So introducing this is on the principles of movement building. So I just want to lay in like a concern that I'm seeing. There's maybe this notion of So the question of what do we put at the center, I guess, is one question, right? What coalesces the energy? Then the second question on the vector is what are we aiming at, right? So those are like maybe two really important things when we talk about this. What's at the deepest thing at the center that's gravitating, and then what do we aim at, right? And if we're not aligned in those two things, I don't think we're in a movement together, right? So this is really interesting because one of the things I think we've been seeing is, like, let's say we take Benjamin's statement that when a paradigm becomes untenable or too painful, right, that's a motivation for movement. I see humanity and even us who are trying to do this really struggling to put deep enough things at the center. So we just named a whole bunch of different movements. And I'm concerned that we're having the effect of starting a whole bunch of movements around different, like, shallow, almost symptoms, right? And that practically has the effect of pulling all the vectors apart in all these different directions, right? So it's like you can pick any one of the causes or concerns, but it's almost like they're symptoms flowing from this deep misalignment of our way of being as a human species with, let's say, nature, and if you want to go deeper, maybe the source of nature or consciousness or whatever you want to call that, however you relate to the highest thing up. So I guess what I'm as a principle of movement building that I'd like to see us engage in dialogue, it's like, can we put something deep enough at the center that it can reconcile and gravitate these different movements and named things that we're all building, the different groups that shouldn't all be one thing, but can we agree on something deep enough at the center that it gravitates us all? And then it's like, can we put something high enough as our aim that it also unites us all, right? So it's like, if we can get something deep enough and high enough that we agree on, then we can see ourselves staying together over time. Like, even as we have all the different names or focuses or causes or whatever ontologies we want to use. But I think that's one of the issues. Someone, I think, Donna, you just dropped in the chat, who is doing the putting it at the center, right? And obviously that can't be a centralized thing, right? So that's like I think that's the natural or organic emergence of it, right? That happens through dialogue, as if we can, you want all of those small groups deciding what's deep enough and what's high enough, but we might all express it in different ways. But kind of the proof is, are we converging more and more towards unity over time as we move towards the highest intention and greatest good that we can presently conceive of, knowing that what we're really aiming at is beyond that, right? To me, it takes something like that. It's like knowing that we're aiming beyond what we can conceive of lets us stay united and a little bit humble, even as we pursue these different aims. I don't know if I said that very well, but it's one of the concerns I'm seeing that we're.
Jordan, I think that's really good. When and again, I'm just going back to current experience. When you start to look at the numbers of different initiatives, networks, movements even that are going on, say, in a country. So that's the example that I got at the moment. And you start to see that some of those, they're all human-centered, and they're all natural environment, everything about a nation, if you think about a country, okay? And so there are people who are gravitating around in various ways, health, all the usual things that you would imagine an infrastructure and a system for a country can have. But when you suggest that the entire system, the entire governance of a nation could change, and you start to interpret that in different ways for those different types of groups, you start to see how different types of groups start to coagulate, because they realize they do in fact have common ground. Parts of countries that would never normally talk to each other. Brilliant example recently with farming communities and agriculture talking with healthcare systems, and how those things start to work. And I'm not proposing for a minute that's movement building per se, but the movement emerges out of the needs of different parts of a society, one way or another. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's why you don't build a movement, but you can set out a common ground based on everything we've been talking about, and let those different parts come together. Convergence.
Really rich, everyone. I saw John has his hand up, and when Joseph joins us shortly, we'll be shifting gears. But John, please.
I was just going to say that I thought that Jordan's analysis was really very, very helpful and interesting. And at the risk of oversimplifying, it seems to me it's going to have to be the case that finding a way to live as part of the biosphere is going, right, to be in nature, of nature, with nature, is going to have to rise to the level of sort of this shared convergent purpose, because when that fails, everything fails. And I think the breakdown is beginning to happen. So I think a lot of people are looking to indigenous wisdom and other ways of thinking about the bias. But I do think that ecological unity is going to have to be one of the ways we cohere and find that central tendency, and then the vector towards coexisting with living things on the planet. Otherwise, it gets game over.
Just to tag on to that, the notion of well-being, I wrote a long essay about the well-being economy, and which I can share in the chat. It basically tells the story of this movement that started in Bhutan and then became part of the resurgence of indigenous wisdom in a number of different South American countries, who rewrote their constitution and put indigenous concepts of well-being as part of the fundamental rights enshrined in their constitutions. And the beautiful thing about this indigenous perspective on well-being is that it links the personal, the communal, the ecological, the bioregional, all of the different scales of well-being into one framework. And so that notion of vitality, or coming back to life as the thing that we're organizing around, we may have different strategies and approaches of creating more vitality, but it seems like vitality itself, or aliveness, or the conditions that enable more life, that's what I would put at the center. And I feel like we're in an evolutionary moment where life will tell us what the best center is, because it'll be the thing that most people gravitate around, if we do well to outcompete some of the hateful ideologies that we're also in an evolutionary fitness landscape with. So yeah, those are my closing thoughts. Thank you everyone for participating, and thank you, Elliot, for hosting.
I'm going to throw in just a 30-second close, which is, I was talking with movement building this week with someone who said the only way that we can actually form the trust and relationship that's at the heart of that associative energy is through rolling up our sleeves and doing hard things together. So I guess I just want to throw that out as an invitation, is I'm doing my best to not start another movement that's moving in parallel with all the beautiful movements you all are building. And I would love to see us over the coming quarters, see if we could start agreeing on some shared targets or pragmatic hard things that the different movements or coalitions could do together, and see what we could get done kind of quarter by quarter. And maybe if we can do some small things, we could do some bigger things, and those things could get harder and harder and require more and more coherence. But maybe we pick something simple for Q1 and see if we can get it done together between all the movements.
Feels like here the North Star is unity. And so I'm grateful to be here with you all. Thank you, Elliot, for the invitation, and all the panelists for this conversation.
Thank you, Susanna. Thank you, everyone on the panel. I know Susanna's got to jump, so really appreciate you being here. And what I'll say on this, so Jordan, yes, absolutely. And many folks in the room are on the Global Unity Wisdom Council, and so we'll kind of bring this up at our next gathering. But Jordan was actually one of the first folks to ask, like, where's Global Unity trying to sit within this constellation of movements and global change efforts? Is it trying to be the umbrella above them all? And my response was, it's either trying to be a support system underneath, or at best simply a node in the network. And I think this insight that's come out of today of the importance of shared purpose and principles, allowing for, back to David's talk in the first half of the hour, of really the coalescing of networks, integrating principles of leadership, integrating principles of holarchy, but really allows for not a structurelessness, but an abundance structures and an abundance of movements that are themselves coalesced by a shared spirit and shared principles. And I see the folks on the panel and so many others in the room and so many others that aren't here today really is doing that in their way and not doing it in a competitive zero-sum way where it's our movement or nothing, but more that we're coming from that shared spirit of collaboration and coalescence. So I'm grateful for everyone's contributions. And since we're waiting on Joseph to join, I'll welcome any final thoughts from our panelists, and then anyone else if we have time for them to chime in as well.
I'll just jump in quickly to say that, I think, and again, it's a theme that has come up, is the learning how to collaborate on so many different levels. And it's by doing. And so I really appreciate you saying, Jordan, the roll up the sleeves and let's do it and look for the places of convergence and where people, as you said, John, voluntarily choose based on passion and capability to pitch in and work in the wherever that makes sense for them locally in very grounded community ways, or across in the space between, because we need all of it. And I think the recognition that we're coming to increasingly, and we talked about it earlier, is, we've got 8 billion people on planet Earth. It's one fucking big job we've all got to do. And so we've all got to look for ways to make space and welcome all the difference and divergence and not just like-mindedness. And sometimes that's going to be uncomfortable. We're going to be in some places that are not comfort zones. And I think that's really important too, because the issue of bridging the divides is really important. And as long as we keep sectioning off our society around like-mindedness, we'll have tribes and we'll have division and we'll have polarization. And perhaps that polarization is one of the biggest things that we would hope to achieve when we coalesce and converge around a bunch of things that we all say we really want to do. And I believe in our hearts we do, but we got to learn how to do that. That's my 2 bits.
Absolutely. I'm gonna wrap us here. Thank you, Donna, because we have Joseph here to help us transition. But thank you, everyone on the panel. Appreciate you being here. And again, on Sunday, we've got a movement building spotlight. I hope everyone can join for at 4:20. But for now, we're going to move to Joseph Egan, former president of Polychain, co-founder of Anagram, to help us. Joseph's a friend of a friend and now a friend who I saw a quote that I thought was really insightful about the power of blockchain. It allows for capitalism without the corporation, communism without the state. And so wanted to pass it off to Joseph while I take everyone off of pinned mode. Welcome, Joseph.
Thanks, Elliot. Thanks so much for having me. And thanks for being the first person to ever say that I said something insightful. I truly appreciate that. There's really a lot of different ways to, I think, talk about crypto, digital assets, the digital asset ecosystem. And I think a lot of times when people do talk about crypto today, they're probably talking about FTX or Sam Bankman-Fried, but maybe before that even, they were mostly talking about an underlying technology, volatility in asset prices, its energy use, some of the ways that maybe it would disrupt the US dollar. I don't know, there's a whole different array of ways that you can really think about these crypto economic systems. But at its core, I think that cryptocurrencies and their underlying blockchain technologies really are, for the first time in maybe 50 years, rebuilding an entirely new technological stack. And that's very interesting. And I think we can talk a little bit about that going forward over the next few minutes. But I do think that that new technological stack actually has other, I think, sometimes more interesting ramifications for us socioeconomically. So to me,
that is really the core of what I wanted to talk about here today, and also hear everyone's feedback on this idea as I continue to refine it and think further about it. But to me, crypto at its core will empower individuals globally, communities, both locally and globally, whether it's your next door neighbor or someone across the continent or world from you. And I also believe it will lift impoverished people and impoverished communities economically upwards as we decentralize and democratize financial systems for all. And so this, when I was thinking about this, reminded me of something I think I probably heard in high school, but it was a quote from Churchill, I believe. I'll probably get this wrong a little bit, but it was something like, democracy is the worst form of government, except for all of the others that have, or all the others that have been tried. I think it was something like that. And that's much the same way that I feel about capitalism today. I'm not really here to bastardize either capitalism or communism, but really to think positively about where there are attributes in both of these systems and where I think we can push the world going forward, and how this underlying, I think, very interesting technology might be one of the core features that allows us to push forward into this new, I guess, socio-political economic system, which for the time being I've called communal freedom. And so these crypto economic systems and the blockchains they run on, I just mentioned, and as Elliot said before, really communal freedom is a concept that I drew from this idea that is communism without the state and capitalism without the corporation. And what's interesting about that concept to me is that each of these two entities, the state on the one hand, the corporation on the other hand, are rent seekers on top of transactions, right? A corporation charges you for a thing, whether that's the right price probably depends upon how monopolistic it is. Similarly, in a communistic enterprise, you have a state that acts as the rent seeker on top of really all of the transactions across the state. And so when we think about then how we can start to unwind some of that rent-seeking ability and try and find a more novel path forward, the first thing to really look at is this, I think, underlying technology. So if we just stick here for 1 second, the blockchain technology is really based on a series of innovations across cryptography, game theory, math, computer science, economics, economic theory. It's an entirely new paradigm. And earlier I said it was really the first time we had created a new tech stack. Even fintech today, as we think about it, is really like a shiny UI on top of a pre-existing financial ecosystem. So if you think about something like Robinhood, which really brought equity trading to the masses, this is really a fancy mobile app that sits atop pre-existing financial technology. Within crypto, and digital assets and related blockchain technologies, we are, I think, for the first time seeing this core tech stack be migrated onto a new ecosystem, and really, I think, moving away from our legacy financial ecosystem. And so this in and of itself, I'm happy to answer more questions on going, once I'm through with all of this, but really that whole technology is a book, many books have been written about this, and I think it's really interesting. But it's really the socioeconomic power that I think could sit atop of this technological innovation, which is where I'm most interested in focusing my time as we get more and more people into this crypto economic system. And one of the core, I think, features of this, and maybe one of the core features to think about and talk about today, is how these economic returns, both within communism, capitalism, and communal freedom, are distributed, and how new technologies could allow returns to be distributed across a community more, I would say, equitably or fairly, based on a concept as users of systems become owners of systems. And so before we get into that, quickly, let's talk about what I call corporate tension, or really the existence of the corporation itself. So the corporation today, I think, has done an enormous amount of power or good even within the capitalistic society in terms of distribution of financial capital, right? So these corporations are able to aggregate capital, dispense it, acquire human capital, and build some amazing technologies, much like the Zoom technology that we're using here to all chat with. But at the same time, it creates a corporate tension that exists between the equity holders on the one hand and then the users on the other hand. So the example I talk about a lot when thinking about this is Uber, right? So if you think about the user base of Uber, there's a bunch of drivers, there's a bunch of riders. Most of these individuals, I would suggest, are probably not equity holders of Uber. At the same time, we have the equity holders of Uber who are probably hedge funds and mutual funds who probably are not using Uber, right? These equity holders, the executives of Uber and these hedge funds, have a keen interest on raising the 20% rent on top of every transaction from 20% to 21% or 25% or whatever the number might be. Whereas me, the rider in Uber, would prefer to see that rent actually go down to something approaching zero, right? I want to see the system persist, but I also want my cost of use to go directly to the driver of that car and also reduce that rent that sits atop of that transaction. And so on the one hand, the equity holders want the stock price to go up, and on the other hand, the users want a better user experience. And so if we fast forward to crypto, I want to use a similar example to, I think, discuss how I think we can find a better path forward by eliminating this corporate tension that exists between the users and the owners of these systems. Really, I think the first great protocol within the DeFi ecosystem of crypto was Compound. Compound is a company that was started in 2018. The firm that I previously worked at, Polychain, where I was the president for a number of years, led the seed round in Compound. And we did this investment into a company itself. So we invested through a safe into a company. They subsequently created a lending pool in a smart contract on top of Ethereum. I could lend assets into that protocol, or I could borrow assets out of that protocol. They, over the course of about a year and a half, 2 years, found, I think, pretty good product market fit. They had something like $150 million locked into this lending pool. If you think about that, a corollary in fintech, I think it was Lending Club had acquired about $500 million of total value locked in its system in the first 5 years. So they had really done a quite impressive job, I think, of getting people to come and use their protocol. What happened then was, once they had found this product market fit, they took the cap table, they split it up 50-50. So the equity holders were 50% of it, and the future users were 50% of it. And they distributed, instead of equity, tokens to all of the equity holders. So if we owned 10%, we now held 5%, excuse me, of the tokens. And so a lot of people ask us, why would you take 50% dilution to give up to some future user of this protocol that, we don't even know if it's going to come and use this system? We said, well, let's just wait and see what happened. It was actually our investors who I think were fairly frustrated at first, given that we had just given up 50% of our investment. Subsequent to that, Compound began distributing their token to people who came to use the protocol. That token then was utilized in the governance system to vote on the future path forward for this protocol. As that happened, more and more users came to use the protocol. As they used it more and more, became larger and larger holders in this ecosystem. As I became a bigger and bigger user of this system, I became a bigger and bigger holder of that asset, and therefore a bigger and bigger voter in that future of the ecosystem. So here we had an overlap in the Venn diagram, or the concentric circles of the users and the owners, in air quotes, of this system, whereby now the people who were using it were actually the people who were determining the path forward from it, and were able to vote on their own behalf for what they felt was the interesting path forward. So now you had an ecosystem that, instead of charging itself more and more, all decided that fees should be something approaching zero. And so you had this better opportunity for governance, better opportunity for consensus, and better opportunity for distribution of economic returns. And really, at the end of the day, what Compound was doing was incentivizing use. Right? What they wanted was more and more people to come and use the system, and to build a community around how the system was built, governed, and pushed forward. Subsequent to Compound, many hundreds, even DeFi protocols, and now even other protocols beyond DeFi, have emerged and used this similar model. Now, let me be clear that I don't think this is a perfect model at all. I think there's a whole array of issues within governance in the crypto ecosystems. I think there's some very interesting fixes to those. But this was an amazing initial attempt to decentralize a corporation in a way that we had never really seen before. And I think really showed how if we push users to become owners, they become wildly interested in the success of that protocol. Within 6 months, Compound's TVL went from, I think it was 150 million to about $2 billion of value locked into that protocol. Over time, DeFi ballooned pretty massively to over $100 billion of assets locked in these financial systems. That has compressed over the recent months, but I think that's just sort of a beginning, a tip of the iceberg of where we go as we begin to decentralize more and more of these financial ecosystems. So now we have this system of decentralized corporations, excuse me, where the users become the owners. Similarly, though, we have seen the emergence of another type of decentralized system. We'll call this a DAO. I think many people have seen DAOs, heard of DAOs, read about them in the news. There's really many different types of DAOs that we can talk about. We could even call Compound one form of a DAO. Another form of a DAO is a community of people that come together aligned on similar interests. One interesting example that I like to point to here is Constitution DAO. Not only is it an irony of this talk that a community of people is trying to buy the Constitution of our capitalist country here in the United States, but also a group of people decided to come together and effectively fractionalize the ownership of an item. Even though they didn't win the Constitution, they were able to come in second place, a close second, I would say, in the bidding for this constitutional document. And in so doing, if they had won, this group of people would have been able to fractionalize the ownership effectively of this good, this good of significant value. So now this community can determine themselves how they would like to monetize this and future goods that they can buy together. So now you can have communal ownership of assets, you can have communal ownership of corporations, you can have decentralized communal ownership of all of these different types of assets. And so now you start to see the beginnings of not only the governorship of these decentralized corporations, you start to see the decentralization of the returns of these once centralized entities. And all of these behaviors lead us to, I think, a more communal freedom where users become owners and communities become the governors of these former institutions, now decentralized institutions or DAOs. So maybe just to close out my thinking on this as it relates to Uber, because I do believe a system like Uber is actually a great example to talk about as one of the future entities that might be decentralized and how this might come to more interesting, I think, paths forward for all of us socioeconomically. To date, we have the corporation that I ping on my phone. It sends me a driver. I pay the corporation. It takes out 20% and then pays the driver probably a month later for that ride. In the future, I think what will happen is we will have a decentralized system. Maybe it's Ethereum, Solana, on top of which we build some form of decentralized app. I ping that decentralized system. It sends a driver, probably a driverless car, to me. I ride in that car. I pay that car one Uber coin or one micro ETH or whatever it might be per mile. I can actually stream that payment to that driverless car real time, so that as I'm riding longer and longer, that car is actually getting paid second by second as it progresses further and further down the line. And in addition to that, that car will likely be owned by 100 different people. And that group of people will all have some form of or version of rights over how that car is used. Today, it might be for Uber, tomorrow it might be for Lyft, and then on the third day, maybe it's for me, and on the fourth day for you. And so now we as a community have a chance to have more fractionalized ownership across these communities, have more decision-making power over how these things are used and operated. And lastly, as we become owners of these items, as opposed to renters of these items, we have more of the economic output from that car. We each own 1/100th of the cost or the fee that driverless car in this example makes for participating in that. I could go really down the rabbit hole in terms of talking about how I think Uber and all these other corporations will end up interoperating with each other, because that's another aspect that we haven't gotten into here today, which is how the open source nature of this code allows us all now to build in fun games and experiences into these open source technologies that we will all use communally and together. But maybe that is probably for another day. happy to pause there, take some questions, or Elliot, if you have any other topics you want me to cover, happy to go into those as well.
Yeah, well, we have our panel to get into. But I know we started a few minutes late, so I'd love to hear how you envision this transition happening. Do you think it's that, for example, in the Uber example, that an Uber competitor that is decentralized and collectively owned is going to emerge? Do you think that these new kind of exit to community models are going to, in a positive way, infect existing corporations, and they will transition in order to stay competitive? What do you see this change? What form do you see it taking?
Yeah, I think that's the great unknown, and I don't care to pontificate on the end of the existence of things that are beneficial to our society today. At the same time, I've asked the question many times to many people: which is the incumbent company that you're aware of that has persisted as new technology comes into the fray? And there's Amazon disrupted Barnes and Noble, right? There's a million examples of the disruption that takes place as a new, I guess, technology and also company that embodies that technology comes to bear on the market. So my sense is more that it will be something new that is created. And by the way, I don't think we're at the point where, if someone came to me and said, hey, we want to create a decentralized version of Uber, I'm not sure we're totally there in the ability to do that. I think we're missing a bunch of stuff like decentralized GPS, better decentralized file storage, better throughput on the blockchain. There's a whole array of issues that we need to tackle, but I do think that there will come a time when more and more of these technologies will become decentralized, whether we realize it or not. Much in the same way, when you click on Uber today, there's probably 10,000 different little micro technological transactions that are happening behind the scenes that you're totally unaware of. Similarly, you will click on, DAP Uber later, and you won't necessarily know that all of these other microtransactions across middleware and HTTP, SSL, et cetera, are all happening behind the scenes.
Wonderful. Wish we had more time to kind of dig into those threads, but our panel is starting. So want to welcome everyone else. So we have Griff Green and Lauren Luz from Giveth, Niram Babalola, Lola from Panvala, and Evan Steiner from Impact World, from Impact World, and Or Katzman from Impact Oracle joining us. Feel like, and Lawrence Ford from Conscious Capitalism, as well as Jordan Sukat rather, from Lionsburg. So going to put everyone up on the stage, and just to give some framing. So Jordan was the person I first heard the term meta project from, and that's not a brand of a project, but that's more referring to this global movement or effort, this movement of movements that we were speaking about in the last panel on movement building, that so many of us are moving in the same direction, wanting to make the world a better place, wanting to facilitate the care